Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Wonderful. Welcome. Welcome to the 7th Annual Asian American Business Roundtable. Give yourselves a round of applause for being here on this day and in this moment on such an important topic at such an important time. May 25th, 2020, the murder of George Floyd. January 6th, 2021, the siege on the U.S. Capitol. March 16th, 2021, shootings of Asian American and Pacific Islanders at spas in Greater Atlanta. May 14th, 2022, the recent shootings in Buffalo. May 24th, 2022, the shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, a predominantly Hispanic community. June 1st, 2022, just days ago, shooting at a Tulsa hospital in Oklahoma. I believe that the single greatest threat to our democracy are the growing divides in our society. I'm talking about the gaps between the haves and the have-nots, the wealthy and the poor, the rich and the rest, the young and the old, black, brown, and white, inner city and suburban, Democrats and Republicans, agnostics and believers, Fox News and MSNBC and CNN, and then the deepest growing divide in our society that's absolutely tearing our society apart. iPhone versus Android. It is tearing us apart, folks. One of my favorite TED Talks is by a Turkish storyteller named Elif Shafak. And in that TED Talk, she reminds us that we are all born into a certain social and cultural circle. We're all born into a certain family, a certain race, a certain ethnicity, a certain class, a certain nation, a certain society. But if we have no connection whatsoever with the world outside of the one that we take for granted, then we can suffer the equivalent of a social and cultural death. Our society is increasingly comprised of what she describes, and I would agree, communities of the like-minded. That we're increasingly surrounding ourselves with people who look like us, think like us, share our values, our political ideology, watch the same TV shows, and live in the same echo chamber of our social media. The irony is twofold. The danger of these communities, which are so natural for us to find ourselves in, is that we can often cast projections and stereotypes onto those who live outside of the communities of the like-minded to which we belong. The other irony is that as our country continues to diversify, all we find ourselves doing is driving deeper and deeper into our communities of the like-minded, which does two things. It exacerbates our greatest liability, our cultural ignorance, and it nullifies and undermines our greatest strength, our cultural diversity. In the absence of real dialogue, real interactions, real understanding that breaks down the walls that so often separate us, our inequities will persist because our ignorance will continue to exist. So the solution doesn't lie in blacks learning more about whites, or whites learning more about Latinos, or Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders learning more about Native Americans. The solution lies in all of us learning more about each other. Or in the words of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, together we must learn to live as brothers and sisters, or we will be forced to perish as fools. And so on that note, it is an honor and a privilege that John Wang invited me, to serve as your MC for today. I was here last year as a part of this event and was sufficiently impressed and motivated by what this forum is doing exactly in the spirit of what I've described, breaking down the walls that so often divide us, but rather looking for ways for solidarity that can unite us. My name is Randall Pinkett. I'm the founder, chairman, and CEO of BCT Partners. Our mission at BCT is to provide insights about diverse people that lead to equity. We're an equity-centered consulting firm. Equity is who we are. It's what we do. Now, this year's roundtable, like so many of the roundtables that have preceded it, builds upon the outcomes, the lessons learned, and the priorities expressed by you, the audience members, and topics from prior roundtables that generated the most interest. This year's theme, New Majority 2022, the opportunity for building allyship, picks up the next phase of the theme introduced in 2018 by organizer, the Asian American Business Development Center, AABDC. The emerging majority of minorities and its significant for businesses have been a central focus of these gatherings. Since they have been working on creating awareness and gathering and generating strategies for meaningful allyship among new majority communities. In the last 2 years, AABDC has been witnessing a new wave of growing support and interest in the new majority collaboration from organizations representing all three of the largest new majority communities. To capture the momentum, this year's theme is devoted to providing a safe and productive space for the conversations that we must be having in this moment on how to build and sustain allyship. For context, let me give you a brief history on how the roundtable came to be. I want to first do that by telling you about the Asian American Business Development Center, founded in 1994 by John Wang. Please give John Wang a round of applause. That's the man. John Wang is the man with the master plan. AABDC, that's the first time you've heard that, John. AABDC is a nonprofit organization that assists Asian American businesses in strengthening their capacity to compete in the mainstream market, to expand business opportunities, and to promote recognition for Asian American businesses and their contributions to our economy. Over the last 2 decades, AABDC's signature annual black tie event, known as the Outstanding 50 Asian American in Business Awards Gala Dinner, has honored more than 950 elite Asian American entrepreneurs and corporate executives from around the U.S. And by the way, the nominating process for the Outstanding 50 of this year, 2022, is now open. Please check the AABD website, found in the program and on your banners. The AABR, the Asian American Business Roundtable, began as an idea of creating a forum where highly successful and high potential Asian American professionals could collaborate and generate ideas to provide counsel on business and leadership issues of broad social and economic interest. As the roundtable gained popularity, to its credit and to your credit, and to my opening remarks, it quickly diversified to represent not only the Asian business community, but a larger community of diverse businesses. This year, you'll hear from the business leaders from some of the biggest brands that you'll recognize: AT&T, Bank of New York Mellon, Hennessy, New York Life, PepsiCo, and leaders from the community representing the Black, Latino, and Latina AAPI communities, and many others. We have an exciting program ahead for you. Please work the social media: Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram, whatever is your social media flavor of the month or flavor of the day. Share your information, share your learnings from today. Tag AABR, hashtag AABR. Take pictures, post them so that those who could not be here but wanted to can share in the experience, and those who chose not to come will wish that they did. The 7th Annual Asian American Business Roundtable is co-chaired by distinguished corporate leaders Ann Chow of AT&T Business CEO, who will speak later today, and Ramon Laguarda, Chairman and CEO of PepsiCo. Please give Ann and Ramon a round of applause for their leadership in chairing this event. To start us on our journey for the day, we have a video welcome from Ramon Laguarda. I'll give you a brief background on Mr. Laguarda, and then we will let the video commence. He's a native of Barcelona, a 25-year PepsiCo veteran, has served as CEO of PepsiCo since 2018 and chairman of the board since 2019. He also serves as a director of Visa Incorporated and the co-chair of the World Economic Forum's Board of Stewards and the Food Systems Initiative. I draw your attention to the video for a welcome message from Ramon Laguarda, PepsiCo CEO.
Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak with all of you today and to serve as co-chair for this year's event. The theme of this year's annual Business Roundtable is building allyship. We know that business is very well positioned to play a very significant role in making allyship a priority by championing our diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and leveraging our considerable scale and networks. Allyship requires awareness, advocacy, accountability, and collective action to make the work impactful. Today, advancing this work has never been more critical to our success. At PepsiCo, embracing our rich legacy of diversity has helped make our company better and more competitive for decades. One crucial element of allyship has meant embedding diversity, equity, and inclusion into the fabric of all our businesses. This means a commitment to creating an environment of dignity and respect. One that is collaborative, equitable, and inclusive for all our people, our business partners, and all the communities that we serve. PepsiCo products are enjoyed by communities in more than 200 countries and territories worldwide. We have more than 300,000 employees worldwide, each with different backgrounds, causes, and communities that they support. Our global workforce is proof that we're stronger when we tap into our diversity and when we use it to understand better and meet our customer needs and the communities that we serve worldwide. Our global scale is what we know the key to genuinely impactful change is united community action, because strong businesses need very strong communities. This is a key driver behind our community-focused Stronger Together program, recognizing that we're stronger when we stand together to help lift minority communities that need us most. One recent example of this community program at work came last year as challenging businesses and social climates hit communities very, very hard. In particular, we recognize the devastating business and social impact on the Asian American community, fueled by pandemic-related setbacks and increased race-based attacks. As part of our Stronger Together program, we announced a commitment of more than $1 million in support of the Asian American business community, including working with partners like the Asian American Business Development Center to provide expert technical and marketing assistance to address the top challenges identified by Asian American business owners, and helping Asian-owned restaurants prepare for an impending hospitality boom while supporting the long-term revitalization of the Asian-owned restaurant industry. In addition to our support for the Asian American business community, PepsiCo remains committed to increasing advocacy and celebrating the many contributions of the AAPI community, including through support for the Asian American Foundation to continue building the infrastructure to improve AAPI advocacy, power, and representation. As we continue to face new challenges in an ever-changing operating environment, we know that allyship and advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion is not a destination, but it is a journey. In 2020, PepsiCo announced the next step in our journey for racial equality, focused on 3 pillars: people, business, and communities. This has meant increasing representation and dramatically rethinking our approach to talent, leveraging our scale and influence with strategic partners, and working to drive meaningful change by addressing systemic barriers to economic opportunity. And because we recognize that a critical part of our journey to be a more diverse, more equitable, and more inclusive means being more transparent about our actions, we've committed to publishing our Racial Equality Journey Progress Report twice a year. These efforts also positively impact our broader diversity efforts beyond our U.S. Black and Hispanic associates and communities. We look to be an actor in addressing other types of inequality going forward and continue to lift marginalized communities across the world. For our Asian American associates and communities, this means we will continue to provide support in multiple areas. To fight against prejudice and Asian hate, to support the growing buying power of Asian Americans, now reaching over $1 trillion, while addressing the wide economic disparity across the group. And finally, to support the development of Asian business leaders. As part of our efforts to help address inequalities for historically excluded people and underserved business and communities, we also recently created the Multicultural Business and Equity Development Organization. Led by one of our top executives, this new organization will operate across our North American beverages and convenient food businesses to scale our work more quickly in communities across the full North America, both inside and outside our company. This work includes providing new educational opportunities, building up small businesses, and creating rewarding job opportunities to support underserved industries and communities. Ultimately, we know that our significant global footprint makes allyship not just a responsibility, but also an opportunity. We celebrate the diversity that makes us resilient. We reinforce a culture of inclusion enriched with the diverse backgrounds and perspectives of the communities that we serve, and our associates, who are the driving force behind our ability to win in the marketplace. But we can only build a stronger, more inclusive society if we can encourage others to join us. We must raise our ambitions, commit to tackling the challenges, and lift the voices of all minority communities together as a united business community. This is how we will think bigger and drive real change. This is how we can demonstrate our commitment to building allyship. I know we're all here today because we recognize the importance of this moment. We know what it means to lead with inclusion and to create a space where no one must leave their identity at the door to achieve their full potential. I really hope that today's discussions serve as a greater inspiration for what is possible, to provide us clarity on the barriers that we must address, and to reignite our drive to go even further.
Thank you for those wonderful remarks from Ramon Laguarda, CEO of PepsiCo. I'm going to add more hashtags to your hashtag mix if you didn't have enough already. I said to tag AABR. Well, I got 3 hashtags for you. AABR 2022. That's your first hashtag. Second, hashtag new majority. That's your second one. And third is hashtag AABDC. I know that's hard to get it all in on Twitter, but you can figure it out, I promise you. Please continue to post to social media. We want to really raise awareness of this important day and this important conversation. My other housekeeping items, remember that there are volunteers that are here that are all around. If anyone needs any assistance, seek out the volunteers and they are here to help you. Oh, one last housekeeping item. The bios for all of our presenters are in your program, and so we won't be delving deep into everyone's impressive bios, not the least of which by ways of introduction, but you can get more information on everyone in the program that's before you. So let's get the party officially started with our first panel discussion. And this is an important topic to kick off the day's events and set the tone for the dialogue we'll be having across the day. So first up is a discussion among the leaders of the key new majority communities. I want to invite to the stage the panelists and the moderator of our first panel discussion, and that will be moderated by Dr. David Wu, who is Baruch College's 8th president, but I would also add he is the first Asian American to lead a college throughout the entire City University of New York system. So give this panel a round of applause to come to the table.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, it's a great honor for me to be here. I'm moderating this distinguished panel. We're going to start by a very brief introduction of each one of the panel members. And I'm going to start from my left, Mr. Michael Gardner. Michael, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Michael J. Garner. I'm the chairman of the founding chapter of the 100 Black Men of New York, founded by great leaders such as Congressman Charlie Rango, the late great Mayor David Dinkins, baseball great Jackie Robinson, and other black leaders of that day. In my day career, I'm the Vice President, Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at that little organization called the MTA. And my role with my staff of 60 people is to make sure that the workforce of the MTA is reflective of this great diverse region that we serve of 14 counties. In addition, making sure that all of our employees have the ability to work in a bias-free environment. And third, and a major focus on the empowerment of certified minority-owned businesses. And the MTA, out of 97 state agencies and authorities, are ranked #1 with dollars paid to minority women-owned businesses. Last year, that number exceeded $1.5 billion in 1 year. And the reason why that's important from a equity perspective is access to contracts equals home ownership opportunities, better education opportunities, and better healthcare options.
Thank you. Frankie?
My name is Frankie Miranda. I'm the president and CEO of Hispanic Federation. The Federation is a membership organization supporting Latinx organizations providing direct services in the health and human service spectrum. We are a capacity building, we're a grant maker, and right now we're supporting organizations in 41 states, DC and Puerto Rico. And at the beginning of the pandemic, we launched the largest Latinx COVID-19 relief effort, supporting close to 500 organizations at this time. We were created in 1990 with my sister organization, the Asian American Federation.
Joanne?
Hi, I'm Joanne Yu. I'm the executive director of the Asian American Federation. They didn't tell me that I had to wear a black suit today. So, just saying. But we are indeed, Frankie, Hispanic Federation, Asian American Federation, we were founded together. We're sister organizations. We call each other the Federation siblings. We do what Frankie does, but at a much smaller scale, certainly, due to population. We lead about 70 organizations that serve in the health and human sector. We've unfortunately had to lead all the work around anti-Asian hate for the last 2 years. It's been a devastating time for our community, but I think these conversations are really important. I think, as siloed as we are, I think we also need to figure out how do we move out of all of this, living in our own worlds, and really figure out how do we, as we emerge out of COVID, how do we really build an equitable world that includes all of us and that leadership looks like all of us. Last time I saw David, we were having hot pot.
That's right. Enjoyed it very much. So let me introduce myself a bit. I'm, as Dr. Pinkett mentioned, I'm the president of Baruch College. And one of the reason I'm honored to be here, Baruch is one of the most diverse colleges here in the United States. And we are one of the very few institutions that's both Asian and Pacific Islander serving institution as well as a Hispanic serving institution. And about 41% of our student body are actually Asian or Asian American. And so in that environment, of course, many of the issues that we'll be talking about today is very much front and center, not only for our student body, but in many ways for our mission and what we're trying to accomplish and the population of people we're trying to lift. So this is a great honor to be here, and I'm so glad to see that we have three very important organizations represented here: the 100 Black Men, Hispanic Federation, Asian American Federation. This is certainly not an accident, and also speak volumes about the attention of why allyship matters and why it's important and why is that the way for us to move forward. And I really like what Dr. Pinkett said at the beginning in terms of this is about how do we learn more about each other. And I think this is, I know many of the effort that has been put forward in doing exactly that, and hopefully we could push that even further in terms of not only learn about each other, but learn about each other's agenda and figure out the action items that we share and how do we move forward with. He mentioned about responsibility and opportunity, right? So many of us think about allyship in multifaceted ways, and I think this is a great way to frame it. It's not only all about responsibility to think about allyship and how do we lift each other up, but also look for the opportunities and how, when we do this, what are the opportunities that open up for us, and in my case, for our students and for the people who are trying to educate, and so on and so forth. And so to frame the panel a little bit, as you all heard, that some of the origins of allyship and which maybe started this conversation many, many years ago, but got a lot of attention in 2020 during the Black Lives Matter movement. And then in 2021 in the anti-Asian racism and xenophobia, and there are this idea of allyship has also in some ways hit some challenges, and I would cite one of the New York Times article by the title of "Allyship Reaches an Awkward Stage." And I guess the byline basically says that allyship peaked as a hot term during 2020, and since then its meaning and impact have been complicated by questions over what it looks like in action and what is the performative or real. And it also cited some of the leaders, IGM Poo, for example, the founder of National Domestic Workers Alliance, said it quite well. Real allyship is when the spotlight isn't on and when you are not in a moment. And what are you doing to help strengthen the ecosystem of leadership that make movement possible? And I would argue this is exactly the type of things that we're trying to do here. And another comment from M&I Chaney from Harriet's Wildest Dreams: fear of shame or saying the wrong thing often outweigh fear of status quo, leading to inaction. And so these are some of the challenges and the realities that we're facing, and this is exactly what we're here to talk about in this panel. So I'll start with the first question, and I'm going to ask our panelists to jump in. I know this is not a shy group. And the first question is really about what does allyship mean for each of you, and what does it look like, and why is it important? And further on, you have some thoughts about what is the cost of the status quo or not doing anything. So I guess I'll start with anyone who wants to jump in first on that first question.
Well, I'm going to defer to the lady.
Sure.
Yes.
I knew he was looking at me. Happy to jump in. So, for the Black, Latino, Asian community, solidarity is a lived experience for us. And I think, I think about what now our AG James has said. We're the minority majority. And we have a long history of working together. Frankie and I started, Hispanic Federation, Asian American Federation started this city council funding called Communities of Color Nonprofit Stabilization Fund, because our three communities have a lot of nonprofits, but we get no money from the city. So we started a program asking the city council for money that supports infrastructure in our community. And that infrastructure is to serve our community, but also because we hire from within our own community. There's a long history, the budget fight is going on. I saw the ask yesterday from my staff, and I was like, oh, we're asking for more money. This is great. We've really grown from $2 million when we used to ask. And I think what people see, right, from the public is very different than what is happening with leadership and behind the scenes. And I will admit, like, we need to be better at saying all these things very, very publicly, right? And the Asian American Federation, we have come out with statements. But we've always, I find that kind of a weird conversation, right? Like, because I've never not known a time when I didn't work with, the Communities of Color nonprofit is Asian American Federation, Coalition for Asian American Children, Hispanic Federation, New York Urban League. This has been like...
It's going to be in the 8th year.
Exactly. And it's like this blood oath that we've made to fight for our communities. But there are other opportunities that we've had. During the pandemic, there were some conversations about who was going to get food funding, right? And I was the only person of color on that call. And I said, this is really weird because I know who's dying because they don't have the resources. So I'm calling Frankie, I'm calling Arva from New York Urban League. Why are you not on this call? What call? On this call to figure out why our communities are not getting funding to do food delivery for our seniors. Like, these are the conversations that we have off the record all the time, and there is very much that we go together. That is the mentality that we've always had. And so in every way, when there are tragedies in our communities, I know who to call. And before I even make a call to anybody, they call me first. And so I appreciate this question. And I realize that as we talk about all of this stuff, there's so many moments I can think about where, like, oh my God, this is, for the Asian American community, all the Asian hate. There have been very, very strong friendships and allyships, people who've gotten me over that hurdle because, and I'll say, some of the folks who've, made sure that I was okay, they were not from our community. They were from my Black and Latino family members who, said, what do you need from us? No questions asked. And that was always, always solidarity. But, the next question as we come out of all of this, the violence in our city, I think about the next thing we have to do together is to figure out how do we stop saying Asian, Latino, Black, white, is like, how do we start to really think about the majority, minority, and to start to do real work together like we have done for all these years?
And I think that you have this is a great point to start. It's like our sector, the nonprofit sector, the civil rights groups, the advocacy groups, have been doing this already for decades, right? What I find interesting is when companies, the private sector or government, struggle, or even the foundation sectors, struggle to understand the importance of lifting communities of color equally. We cannot be having these knee-jerk reactions that have been happening since the pandemic started, right? Where companies or foundations, that they have their own timeline and they're important in the ecosystem, but they basically are just basically saying to certain groups, well, this is not your time because we need to deal with this emergency, making grandiose commitments that then we see very little progress or performance around it, while we are struggling to make sure that our communities are well served. And also the other important thing about allyship is that we need to understand and resist the impulse for people that people have of trying to find simple solutions to complex problems. There was a time after the horrible murder of George Floyd and the racial reckoning that our country had, in which people suddenly said, okay, let's have this conversation about racism. Hispanics are racist too. And I was saying, like, we can have this conversation when we also understand and have a deeper conversation about our complex histories with slavery, genocide, colonialism, and the economic, political, and societal elements that force them or they have to leave their countries and come here to try to understand a new system of oppression that forces all of our communities to fight for the limited resources in education, housing, healthcare. And then people basically said, like, oh, but you guys don't have it. You guys are fighting, communities are racist. It's like, we need to understand that by design, this is what what this system wants us to do. And allyship, it just basically breaks away from that and basically says, we're working together and we're going to move progress, and the future of this country, it's in the hands of these type of allyship and understanding communities. But I also want to warn everybody here that what we're doing here is considered by some people extremely radical and dangerous. There is this new concept being moved around that was used by the shooter in Buffalo about this great replacement theory that we are somehow plotting to take over the country, when the reality is that this is just fueled by certain media outlets, and then people that do not understand what is really happening in this country are trying to just use that as an excuse for their hate, to just spew hate. So what is that? Why is important allyship? Because when at the beginning of the pandemic, there was all of these push to basically say the Asian American community was to blame for the virus. John Wang called me and called Michael and said, we need to say something. And we were just like on the beginning of the pandemic, basically saying, this type of rhetoric and hate will not help anyone solve this public health crisis. And here is an Asian man, a black man, and a queer Latinx person basically saying, we're not going to stand for this. And that is what is allyship, and that is why it's so important. And we have been doing it for a while.
And I would say, let me just give a special shout out to John Wayne, who has the courage and a vision to bring us all together, year in and year out, day in and day out, month in and month out. And allyship to me means simply what Bob Marley sung, is that we are one. We are one. If you look at the black community, the Asian community, and the Spanish community, we all have a commonality from a historic point of view. And what is that? Free and cheap labor. Free and cheap labor. We live in the greatest country in the world, which is one big experiment. It is an experiment of blue states versus red states, black, brown, Asian, whites. We went through a civil war where more than 700,000 people were killed. We are an experiment. Sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong. But there's a singer also that was from the 1960s and 70s by the name of Curtis Mayfield. And he said, this is our country also. This is my country. We've been here since 1619. And if you look at the expansion of this company, all of the ethnic groups come here for a better opportunity and a better life, but we have been discriminated against. When you talk about violence towards Asians right now, which is despicable, right? People simply trying to be part of a great society, and other people are harassing them. Blacks, we've been lynched, captive in slavery since 1619. From 1619 to 1865, a short period of prosperity, and then the rise in 1906 of the Klan. And we fought for our civil rights and only got our right to vote in the 1960s because of racial riots. But, you know, we are just one big experiment. So thank you, John, but we are one. And so when one of us are impacted, all of us are impacted. And it's going to be incumbent upon all of us to support each other, because, you know, when we start talking to each other as opposed to at each other, we understand that we all have the same common needs to be able to thrive in this great society that we live in.
Thank you. And to pick up on some of the insight that has been shared by our panelists, that our second question is maybe turning slightly inward to our own community. And the question is, in your opinion, how do we make allyship desirable in our respective communities, and what are some of the shifts in the mindset currently that would be prevalent among our own communities, And how would that could be used as a leverage or potentially a barrier that for what we're trying to accomplish here?
Michael spoke about how an agency can actually transform the lives of people, right? When you have a concept of like a real commitment to diversity, when people see that they are being supported, that they understand that diversity in practice works, that we constantly see that we have abilities to uplift each other. I think that is when people really click and say, I have to survive, right? I have to survive. I am right now struggling economically. We were talking about fare evasion, for example, and we were saying like there are people that are really struggling still in the city, and it's not about whether or not one is struggling more than the other. It is about really finding opportunities to put in place not more than commitments, but real solutions that actually not target just one community, but that actually elevates all communities at the same time. I like to compare COVID-19 as, you know, when we were all locked up and many of members of our communities still had to work to keep us safe. But we were locked up and we were watching TV and we were glued at home, and it was almost like COVID pulled this curtain and forced everybody to see all of these disparities that we have been talking about for forever. But people suddenly had to just look straight in the eye about what happened with George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and so many others, and what was happening with Asian hate, and what was happening with the disproportionate impact on the Latinx community and others. But then now people want to go back to pre-pandemic times and pull back the curtain. No, and it's our responsibility to say we were not okay before the pandemic, right? We need to aspire to have a more fair and equitable society for this recovery. And that is why when we work together and we demonstrate that we can actually elevate each other, then we're going to have people understanding from their community that they don't have to struggle or fight somebody else, that we need to do this all together.
And I think the reality is the Black, Latino, Asian community, you know, we've always been under-resourced. And under-resourced in every way means that we have been invisibilized. For the Asian American community, you know, we all know about the model minority myth, but that is exactly what that is. It's a myth that is created, and that's been used as a wedge to harm Black and Latino siblings. And I think this is a time we need to say, no, this is not acceptable. And Frankie talked about the Buffalo shooter. In his manifesto, he had some line about admiring the Asian American community, and I thought, I am just beyond horrified by that. Like, no, please, no. We don't want anything to do with you. We are not a community that says we're gonna go out and gun down 10 people in a grocery store in a Black neighborhood and to use, you know, to express some admiration. I think these are the times when we need to also step up. We know that there's a lot of conversations that we need to have within our own communities. But I think there are times when we can share universal anguish and universal shock and frustration. And it's okay to say we are horrified by people using us to be able to justify hateful acts. That's not all right. And I think when we think about survival of why we need to get together, because that's how we're going to survive, literally. Frankie and I served on the, a lot of different task forces together over the pandemic. Every task force we were always on, and we were always texting each other as we were Zooming. And the small business task force, we talked a lot about, we try to get the Black and the Latino and Asian leaders together, because we were also talking about, so what do we have in common, right? We are definitely under capital, we don't have enough resources. We don't get the big contracts. We are really struggling. We're mom and pop shops. From the small businesses in our communities are literally, being held together through spit and bubble gum, because there isn't like a big, bunch of money behind them to support this. But yet those small businesses are the ones who are keeping our neighborhoods afloat. And especially during the pandemic, we were aware of, how challenging it was for them. So we're trying to figure out, how do we start to convene people together to have conversations about shared resources, shared struggles, to be able to have people talk about different ideas that they can, is there like shared buying power that they can have? And I think, that it was really hard to organize that conversation because I think people are still struggling to figure out what is happening in their own communities. But yeah, absolutely, that what Frankie's saying is right, that there are, there's a lot of conversations we need to have, and yeah, people are going to think we're being radical, and I feel like, oh my God, I'm so moderate, these days. I used to think I was super progressive, but now I'm like moderate auntie. But this is a conversation. These conversations need to happen all the time, and it's okay to say, here are all the things that I don't know. But one thing for the Asian American community, I hope that we will say, for all the reasons of we are not flattered by the model minority myth. No, we're not going to keep our head down and struggle through all of this stuff because our community needs help too. In fact, when we did the study about how much city contracts Asian American community gets, when we were 15% of the population, now we're 18, but when we were 15% of the population, we got 1.4% of the contract dollars, and it's an outrage. And when I think about that, it is the fact that we are invisible, and yet we're told, oh, you guys can make do because you're smart and you're resourceful and you never complain. We need to complain because it's unfair. People are literally starving to death, and people are afraid to leave their homes, right? But to use our pain and use that marginalization to harm other communities, when the Black and Latino community says we need resources, they're told, oh, be like the Asians, right? And I'm thinking like, what BS is that, right? And so I think we need to recognize how we are being used. And I think we need to say, no, this is the line in the sand that we need to draw, to say we stand in allyship, because in order for society to be better, we need to stand together.
And maintaining the status quo leads to chaos. When you look at the racial unrest of the 1960s, if you look at the racial unrest because of the post-George Floyd movement, government has an obligation of bringing parity to a system. It's amazing to me how we are sitting in the Fortune 500 capital of the world right now, where billions of dollars of transactions are taking place every day. And if I was to get in my car and drive up Madison Avenue through Harlem and drive over the 138th Street Bridge, the Bronx is the third poorest county in the country. I didn't say the state. The Bronx is the third poorest county in the country. The first one is some county in Mississippi. Second one is one county in North Carolina, the Bronx. How do we bridge the gap? And now you're starting to see new condominiums being built in the South Bronx because Harlem has been oversaturated, and that's the next logical point. And I could say, and I'm glad that you're joining our board, because this is not a moment for us, it's a movement. We recently had the opportunity to award a $278 million contract to an Hispanic-owned business that's located in the South Bronx called Century, who is going to provide transportation services for us. So what did that do? We are going to be creating jobs in the South Bronx because of this taxpayer-driven contract that we awarded. We also diversified our core business of what? Transportation. So you're joining a movement. And yes, getting less than 1% of contracts in the city of New York is a crime, but I am confident in Eric Adams, our new mayor, who has said that he wants to leave a legacy of creating wealth in the Black community, Hispanic community, and Asian community. And I have all the confidence in the world that he's going to do just that. But the cost of maintaining the status quo leads to a record number of shootings, a record number of assaults, and we need to come up with a solution that's going to bring parity to our system, which is going to allow everyone to enter the middle class and the mainstream in this great city, state, and country that we live in.
Absolutely, thank you. And maybe I'll ask a little bit of a follow-up question, and which is, let's put a little bit of a time dimension to it. I mean, we are living in a world where the news cycle is going so fast, and maybe I'll just have each one of you share sort of your sense in terms of thinking about what happened, say, before the pandemic and over the last year and this year presently. What are some of the changes that you're seeing in terms of people's attitude? The people think about both the broader issue of inequalities and so on and so forth, as well as allyship. So put a little bit of a time dimension to it, if you will, in your thinking.
So, we talk about George Floyd as a benchmark. But in this city, we had a situation where a cousin of mine was killed by a law enforcement officer in Staten Island, Eric Garner. We didn't learn anything from that. It took the family 4 years to get the officer fired, when in fact the officer should have been arrested. 4 years. The George Floyd moment resulted in those officers being fired, indicted within 1 week. That's the lesson that was learned from Eric Garner to George Floyd. And now you're seeing everyone in corporate America trying to figure out solutions as to how we bring parity. You have Jamie Dimon focusing on urban America and funding various initiatives. Everyone is trying to figure out and eradicate something that's been going on in this country for years. Why does it take a horrific act for everybody to wake up and say, hey, listen, we need to pause, we need to talk to each other, and we need to come up with solutions that's going to allow us to eradicate racism, to allow us to build equity. But I will just end by saying that I was in Buffalo. I was down by SUNY Buffalo 2 weeks ago. And I rented a car and I went over to Jefferson Avenue where the top supermarket was. And the media was there in droves. I mean, this crime of having your grandmother or your mother or your husband or your children go to a grocery store at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon and lose their life. I mean, how horrific is that? You know, and then having the issue in Texas that happened last week. But now the media is leaving Buffalo and they're going to Texas, and the issues in Buffalo are not resolved yet. But it's like we are bouncing around from one tragedy to the next tragedy. So we just need to get this right, because we cannot live in a country where there's the have versus the have-nots, because we will never live in peace if we don't fix the racism that we are experiencing right now, because there will never be peace.
I think that the moment is right now. If we're talking about trying to get some sort of like a timeline, right? If we're trying to get some sort of like a timeline, the timeline for this allyship and working together is right now. We see what is happening right now with reproductive rights and what is going to happen for the rest of the country. We're seeing it with what is going to be, what I consider is going to be the next frontier of taking civil rights away from people is going to be the LGBTQ community. We need to start working talking about intersectionality, allyship. We need to work together, because the fact is that if we cannot get conversations about gun control in Congress or try to get some sort of consensus right now at the federal level, it has to be on the ground movement, our communities working together, demanding that our communities need to be protected, and that this is not going to be like, but don't worry because this is not affecting you. No, it's going to affect all of us. So the moment is right now. And as I mentioned to you before, there's this urge for everyone to basically say, I'm over this pandemic. I want to go to pre-pandemic times. Let's just go to exotic vacations. Let's just forget about anything. But the fact is that we need to this is the opportunity now to try to move forward and to really counter the hate and the efforts from many segments of our community that wants to limit or even eradicate some of the progress that we have had since, right? And let's say it, all of this emboldening that people have started because we elected a black president. And since then, there has been these targeted approaches basically saying we cannot continue being replaced. We cannot continue let these communities continue to gain ground when the reality is like by all of us being uplifted together, it is for the betterment of this country, for the economic, those mom and pops, the small businesses, for everything. The moment is right now. We cannot wait 5 years to try to just get these goals.
Yeah, for me, I don't think it's so much, moments, but I do want to go back to, when you talked about the civil rights movement. I think the Asian American community has to realize, yes, while there were Asian American leaders who fought with Dr. King, the rights that we gained came from the black community. The fact that we got to vote came from the work of the black community. We need to understand that. And I think it was Julian Bonds who, said, the NAACP pitched this tent and everybody was welcome. And when things got tough, people left. And I think we need to figure out how do we get back in there to do the hard work, because as Frankie said, everything is under attack. For me, it's not so much a pinpoint of, moments. I think my observation and my critique, to be honest, is it's the importance of social media has taken, right? There are days when I'm looking at my Facebook, my Instagram, my Twitter. I don't have a Twitter account, so please don't tag me on anything. It's my office takes care of that. But I feel like my brain is going to explode at any given moment because there's so much information. And the problem with that is because I think we have lost the ability to do critical thinking, to sit and read and think about things, because we just go from like tragedy to tragedy to tragedy. And it's so hard to figure out what's going on. There was a shooting yesterday at church. There was a shooting in Wisconsin. And it's like, oh my gosh, like, how do we keep track of all of this stuff? And we have just become so desensitized to what we're seeing. And that's what really worries me. And I don't think anybody, and we are like drinking all of this like fast 2-second read. There are some articles that I'm reading. It literally says, time to read, how long it's going to take you to read this article, 2 minutes. Something like, I can read it. I'm smart enough to read a 20-minute article. I can read a 2-hour article, right? But they tell you it's going to take 2 minutes. We have lost the ability to sit, read, process, and develop critical thinking skills. So now media gets to tell us to move from issue to issue to issue to issue. So we've just become like nothing is deep, like we're just superficial. There's no root to anything. And where I saw this play out in our own community was, like reporters would call me and say, well, we haven't heard anything, we haven't seen any videos in the news. Aren't you glad Asian hate crimes is over? And I have said to them, just because it's not televised doesn't mean that we're safe, right? You just moved on to something else, right?
But underreporting.
Exactly. And it was like, maybe it's true. The revolution is not going to be televised. But I think we take this revolution where we need to take it and have very honest conversations. But I think I ask all the young people to, social media is important because sometimes that's how we get news. But like, don't rely on that, because that is it's just like a little blip in time. And it takes our attention away from developing real empathy for people, empathy for issues, caring deeply about what is happening, because we're just moving from like this to this to this to this. And I'm thinking like this week, I'm thinking, how many shootings am I keeping track of? What am I looking at? Because it's, now we've moved from Buffalo, but it was like, and then, we think about the kids who died, like now there's something else. And like, it is just never ending. And I think we need to be able to process what all of this means and how we process information, and to be able to develop deep critical thinking and empathy skills.
And I would say also that there's been a deliberate campaign in this country and society to pit blacks against Hispanics, Hispanics against Asians, Asians against blacks.
By design.
And we talk about the civil rights movement. Dr. King lost his life when he started focusing on human rights as opposed to civil rights, and when he brought together the Poor People's Campaign. Now here's a civil rights leader who flew to Memphis, Tennessee to campaign with the black sanitation workers who were striking for a living wage and lost his life, assassinated because he spoke out against the Vietnam War. He spoke out against the status quo. He tried to bring all groups together and lost his life because he was a threat to the status quo. And you're right. I mean, our kids, and we need to know history because we understand that this country was formed because of a rebellion against the British tea tax, right? And the second person who was killed was a black person. And so when I hear rhetoric like, make America great again, or we want our country back, I mean, what are you talking about? I mean, we've been here since almost day one.
We built this country.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so, John, thank God for you and others like you who are going to bring us together, and we're going to eradicate racism, and we're going to change the status quo. I'm confident in that.
Thank you for that. So let's shift gear a little bit and think about some of the practical matters and practical barriers to be specific. And I'm asking you, what are some of the practical barriers that you see to allyship and the new majority coalition building, and how do we overcome them? And I know some of you talk about some of these barriers in the communities and so on, and talked about replacement theory and some of the words that's out there in the mass media. And so in terms of some of these practical barriers, maybe we could think a little bit about something that we have encountered, and also do you see any kind of current systems and policies that may be divisive for our new majority communities, and that actually cause some of the barriers that may or may not be visible to us in that way. So, anything that you have observed and want to share? This is.
I would say, you know what, people are always shocked. We're, the Asian American Federation, we're the demographics experts for the Asian community in New York State. And when I tell people, some of the poorest New Yorkers are Asians, people always say, no, right? Like, no. We're poor. But we also have the fastest growing senior population, the poorest senior population, the highest limited English proficiency. There are a lot. Our community is a community in need. And when I think about that, I think about where's the solidarity, where are when you draw the Venn diagram, what is that middle where all the pieces join? And that is about our work to protect vulnerable people, right? No matter who you are, you need to have resources to be able to have shelter, to eat, to be able to feel safe in your neighborhood. That's not just an Asian thing. That's not just a Latino, white, black thing. That's human thing. And I feel like those are the things that we have in common. Our work is really to elevate draw the curtains back for sure, Frankie, because literally at this point, like when all of this started, everybody's like, let's go back to normal. And I said, well, I don't want to go back to normal because normal will never work for us, right? Mm-hmm. And so like, what's the new plan, right? Like we're not in a rush to get back to whatever people think normal was, because it marginalized us. It left us without resources. But there are things that we have in common, and that is the great poverty, the fact that we are always working from 20 paces behind. So maybe we need to work together to figure out how do we push-pull together to be able to get together. And Frankie and I have lived by this. It is like, it's one or, it's not one or the other, it's we go together, right? That's the mentality that we need to continue to develop. And that is something and that has to be lived experience, so that way, when corporations come to us and say, it's gonna be you or you, we have said, no, it's together. And I think that's something that we have to consciously practice, so that way it just becomes habit, that they know that, the great powers, the empire will not come to us to say, you're gonna have to pick and choose, right? But I think the shared goal for all of our work as human beings is to help to alleviate human misery and human suffering. And that we need to start to think about beyond, race, beyond language, beyond, color, religion, neighborhoods. If you look at, some of the most underserved neighborhoods in New York, it's Black neighborhoods. But there's also a lot of Asian Americans that move into them because of the fact that they're poor too, but yet they're divided by language, so they don't even know how to help each other, right? These are the conversations that I'm having with my Black elders. Hey, people call me and say, hey, I have a growing Asian American community. They're elders. They look really afraid given the news. What can we do to help them? Because we don't want our neighbors to be afraid. These are conversations that are happening organically. People are starting to realize, and their eyes are opening. And I think this, maybe through all of this tragedy of the pandemic, Eric Garner, anti-Asian violence, the violence that is so prevalent that to be honest, I feel like we're kind of normalizing all this gun violence that is happening. We need to be able to center the work that to be a little existential. The reason why we're really here is to not be okay by ourselves. You don't live in this, as my father, the minister, says, you don't live in this planet by yourself. You don't live in this world by yourself. You need to help other people. You need to look at other people. You need to work together. And that is really the charge that I think we have as human beings. Yes, I support the Poor People's Campaign that Dr. Barber is leading now. I know that, I understand that. There are a lot of young Asian Americans who are working on that, because that's ultimately what we need to get to. I love that saying about, rising tide lifts all boats. Right now, the work is, as Frankie said, all the Black, Latino, Asian people during pandemic who had to go to work because they were poor and they didn't have the resources to stay home. Like, how do we start to think about that and to be able to fight for systems that elevate every single community out of poverty, to be able to look beyond color? Because my solidarity isn't just with my community. My work isn't just with my community. It is with anybody who, my work is centered in leading a community that we can understand and work together with other marginalized communities.
And when we're talking about the obstacles, right, the challenges, for me personally, and it's a little bit of what you mentioned before, it is about so many issues. And by design, again, the system wants to pin us against each other to compete for limited resources, limited funding, limited opportunities. So sometimes what I need is that text from you basically saying, like, do you know that this conversation is happening and they are not including the Hispanic community, right? Or Michael and John coming together and said, like, we need to really speak up about this, because sometimes we are so focused on the problem of the day, on the need from the community. You're so overwhelmed. We get, for example, in the Latinx community, only less than 1% of foundation funds, if you think about it. We need to have the 007s of each one of these communities basically giving us intel about what's happening in many of these conversations, in many of these rooms that we are excluded. And that is why it was so important when the city was trying to do a response around food insecurity, and our conversation was like, where is the culturally competent aspect of these meals? And we were to town, and we were like, we're going to fight for this, because our communities are not going to be served properly if there is not the culturally competency in this service, in taking into consideration that. So the obstacle is, the needs of our community that are so grave, but at the same time, the opportunity is that we can learn and feed each other all of this information so that we can be more effective when we advocate for not only our community, but for our communities as well.
And the point that you made, psychology 101, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, food, safety, and shelter is a basic right and a basic need that we all need in order for us to flourish. But in this post-George Floyd moment, we tell corporations all the time that we don't want your sympathy money. We want to establish a mutual beneficial relationship, whereas theirs wins on both sides of the equation. And so when Frankie and John and I, the 100 Black men in our respective organizations, had the ability to dispense grants from a grant that we received from Hennessy, that we empowered the Black, Asian, Hispanic communities, that was a great thing. That wasn't sympathy money. That was money that they hired us to identify businesses and give them grant money during COVID-19.
Trusting us to do it.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Because we know our community best.
Absolutely. And guess what happened? We just finalized round 3, and now we're going to focus on round 4. And our recommendation to them is going to be, as opposed to the $7,500 grant, let's give $10,000 grants. Because $10,000 is going to make a difference for a small business that's been impacted or adversely impacted by COVID-19. And so give us the opportunity. I don't want your sympathy money. Give us the opportunity to bring Black, Hispanic, and Asian businesses to your door so they can do business. Don't give us sympathy money. We don't want it. Give us the ability to empower our businesses so they can hire people, so they can grow.
Thank you. So when I was asked to moderate this panel, the organizer told me that at the beginning of the panel, you probably don't want to engage the audience too much because they may not be awake yet. But now I hope you're all awake. We're going to open up a little bit of a question from the audience. If you have anything you would like to ask any of us or all of us, please just raise your hand and ask away. All right, I see a couple of hands up.
So thank you all for what you do. And Dr. Wu, I actually study at Baruch on weekends, getting my MPA.
All right.
But my question to you all is history enough, or does everyone in school, in high school, need a class on public policy, right? Because just history alone probably doesn't get us there, right? Do we all need to learn more about public policy? This way we could participate more in the political process?
For our organization, civic engagement, I will say that instead of public policy, I will call it more civic engagement. It is critically important. We know that young people in this country are starting to create a new movement, especially around the gun violence and what has been happening in schools around the country. But there is so much that needs to be done to engage people in participating and understanding their rights and understanding how important it is for them to participate in the political process. So absolutely, I think that we need to do more. We need to find more ways to engage young people earlier. I mean, if we pick up the phone and called for our favorite American Idol person and we don't make that connection, that's like your vote counts for things that you really care about, we're failing our youth. So absolutely. And that is why for our organizations, civic engagement is one of the most important pillars of the work that we do.
For us too, absolutely. Asians are always, we've seen some really high profile controversies in the Asian American community, especially Chinatown with the jail, right? That first jail got built because, the mayor said, put it in Chinatown, put the jail in Chinatown. Chinese people, they don't vote, right? our community has a terrible track record of voting, right? And for me, I feel like, man, if I have to vote every single week, if I have to go vote for a dog catcher, I'm gonna do it, right? Just to like get that uptick of the Asian number. But it is so shocking, but there's a reason why, because I studied the Pew report about like the Asian American sentiment, and this is a challenge for the policymakers, the elected officials. Asian American young people who are eligible to vote say they don't vote because they feel like they're not part of the process and they're not invited in, right? And so that's something that the parties are gonna have to realize. But for our community, I feel like, hell, if they're not inviting us in, kick the door down, right? Go out, there is nothing preventing you from registering and going out to vote. To tell people, because that is the most powerful way you tell people who are elected to serve you that you're not happy, that everybody is replaceable, right? That is the greatest contribution, I think, that you make to this country, is by going and exercising your right to vote. And every time you vote, think about all the people who don't have that right in this country. But that is you're lending to the very important public policy discourse by doing something so simple. We have a primary election coming up in New York. We have 50,000 elections coming up because it's all so confusing with all the new redistricting and all of this stuff. But pay attention to what is happening and go out there and participate and be part of the solution. Be part of the solution.
And a point is well taken with voting, because there's a movement in this country now to not renew the Voting Rights Act. And what's going to happen is this, and one of my mentors, a guy by the name of Al Van, who used to be a former state assemblyman and a city councilman out of Brooklyn, and he always said that if someone in your home is not voting, call NYPD and have them arrested. Because, there's been so many people in this country who have lost their lives simply trying to vote in the South. Mm-hmm. And so civic engagement, history is key. There's a lot of history that's not taught in our institutions of higher learning that should be taught, because now our younger generations, they think and they feel that this whole civil rights movement started with them, and they don't know history. If they knew history, they would be better equipped to deal deal with aspects and force impacts and positive outcomes. And so, yes, civil engagement and history in our institutions of higher learning.
Thank you, and thank you for that great question, typical of a Baruch student. I think we have time for maybe one more from the audience. I saw a couple hands up before.
Since I have the mic, I guess I will be the second person to ask the question. My name is Dottie Lee from Washington, D.C. My company's name is Trans-Pacific Communications. It's great to see you, Joanne. My question has to do with Joanne's comments and Michael's and of course, Frankie's, that you all talked about something that's central to the core of our business, which is cross-cultural communication. You mentioned that people don't go to vote, but are these ballots translated into the languages? The food's not served culturally competently. Are those people, the officials, the community leaders, the organizers, are they aware of certain foods that we shun from, that we can't eat those foods, right? And are they understanding this? It goes back to a small incident, which could be so grand in the scheme of things. We started to translate all the COVID materials from the SBA. If you look up the SBA website, all the materials in COVID, PPP loans, EIDL loans, restaurant revitalization, all those, we translated them into 200 plus languages. But when we first started doing that, it was a huge contract, by the way, $4.1 million. But when we first started, a very high-level senior official from SBA who said this to me, I quote, she said, I had no idea these materials need to be translated into Gujarati, Hindi, Chinese, and Marshallese and Chuukese and Tongan and Samoan and so on and so forth. She had no idea those things need to be conveyed into different languages so our communities could get the loans we need. So there's a lot of education that needs to be done to our public leaders and communities and so on and so forth. So how do we do that to engage people so they understand we need to get a piece of the pie through whatever means, translation, through education, awareness, and so on and so forth. I just wanted to throw this out there.
I think Frankie and my work together has always centered language access and culturally, and they say culturally competent, and I was like, could we move beyond competence at this point, right? Can we get to like relevance and expertise? But that has always been the center of our work. And the other language, as we talk about, one of the fastest growing languages that I want to put, raise awareness is African languages. African immigrant community is fast growing. They have different language needs too. So right now, the Federation's working on creating a language bank to use the expertise of the local speakers, to not use language line, not to have clunky system, to be able to hire within our own communities after we train them to be able to translate. But language is always key. And listen, if something is not right and we find out about it, those calls are getting made to City Hall, right? Trust me. We have had many, many very hard conversations, right? But it comes from people letting us know, right? Because that's the other challenge. Like oftentimes we're like, what? We didn't know that, right? Because any given day we're working on 50,000 things, but yeah, when people call us, when one of my member agencies called and said, look at what the Brooklyn Chinese seniors are getting to eat for the home delivery meal, bag of potato chips, 2 apples, and a bag of carrots. I wish I was kidding. She sent pictures. So I had to call and say, what the F, right? Like, and it was like, oh, but we're panicked, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, this is all I hear, right? And yeah, we forced them to be better, to be like, if you can't do the contract, then give it to one of the Asian groups that can actually take care of these things. This is something that we lived through the pandemic. This is something we live through every day, every single day. This is the fight that we're having.
And that is why, for example, the work that Michael does is so important, because the fact is that if you don't have people hired at all different levels, diverse group of people, they are not going to let that person tell you, it's just like, oh, I didn't know that this needs to be translated, right? You need to, my personal case, the Federation at the time when it was founded in 1990 started working very closely on HIV/AIDS prevention and awareness. That was what it was devastating our community at the time, and that was our approach to LGBTQ issues. But when I was hired, some other members that are from the Latinx LGBTQ community were starting to be hired at the Federation and being empowered to be part of the conversations. We started talking about we need to expand and not be pigeonholed on just AIDS for our community work and LGBTQ. We need to talk about Latinx LGBTQ in a more intersectional way. And we started talking about marriage equality, and we started to talk about the intersectionality and making sure that our work also included the LGBTQ community in a more effective way. So that wouldn't have happened necessarily if the Federation at the time didn't have the vision of saying, like, we need to start having more conversations. We need to have more diverse team members, even within our own community, to be able to have these conversations. However, what I hear a lot when we're having these conversations is like, we cannot find candidates. We cannot find qualified, diverse candidates. And that is also something that we need to reject every single time. And say, like, the candidates exist, you're not looking in the right places, right? And the problem that I have sometimes is that they want to poach my staff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because they say, we cannot find anybody, so we're going to take people away from you from the nonprofit sector. And also that destabilizes us. Great opportunities for some people, but it destabilizes us. Although we are always working on creating that pipeline. For our organizations, the capacity building and creating that pipeline is super important. And if you don't find your candidates, create the programs to get those candidates in. Right now, there is a shortage of pilots, and the airlines are starting to train and create these schools for people to be trained and not have to go from the Army, from the Air Force to being pilots, commercial pilots. We need to tell people, it's like, this is not on us. This is also on you. You need to find the pipeline and not have these ignorant conversations like, how is it possible? And also, we need to fight back constantly about this. The Federation was involved in a lawsuit in Florida in a specific county that did not think that it was important to have ballots in other languages but English. And we won. But the problem is that we need to do this and be doing it in so many different places. But what we need to basically say, and I'm glad that you were able to do that contract, because it is critically important, especially for in times of crisis. I'm telling you, I'm still learning English. If I read something in Spanish, I will better absorb it, and I will be able to understand it better than if I have to read something super complicated in English. So it's thank you for the work that you do.
And last but not least, we started out by saying, in the words of Bob Marley, when you stand up for your rights, you must vote, because when you vote and your candidates get in, they listen. And a prime example of that is Bill Thompson, the former city controller of this city of New York, now is the chairman of the CUNY Board of Trustees. He had a mandate. His mandate was to diversify the system. So now we have a chancellor, the first Hispanic chancellor of CUNY, and guess what? We have an Asian president of one of the most prestigious colleges in the country. When you vote, great things happen.
Wait, I think that now we have a soundtrack for the conference, so we need to start playing those songs at the networking section.
Thank you so much, and I'm sure you are all as energized as I am to hear from the leaders of the communities that represents the allyship that we're talking about here today. And as I started this panel by saying, really, what this is about is how do we strengthen this ecosystem of leadership that make the movement possible. And thank you all for being here, and thank you, John, for putting us together, and have a great conference. Thank you.
Panelists, another round of applause. Fantastic job. Fantastic. Test. So some really powerful insights from this panel. I was taking copious notes. Let me share with you some of my takeaways from this panel. A couple of direct quotes from Anne. For society to be better, we must stand together. Also from Anne, and she said this more than once. When we go together. Frankie, there are no simple solutions to complex problems. Michael, when we talk to each other, not at each other, we have the opportunity to make a better society. From Michael, if someone in your home's not voting, have them arrested. From Anne, if I have to vote for a dog catcher, I'll vote for a dog catcher. And last but not least, and he'll appreciate this from Dr. Wu, great questions come from Baruch students. I want to give a shout out as well to Dottie Lee. Dottie's out there somewhere, but I caught your post. There she is, Dottie. Oh, you were the one that asked the question. I should have made that connection. Give Dottie a round of applause, because she posted on Twitter and got a great picture of the panel. Thank you. You got your hashtags, you got your picture. I think you got one of me too. I'm going to send that to my family. So I appreciate that very much. Please do post to social media. I'm going to agree with Ann. We shouldn't necessarily get our news, but we can certainly get our updates from social media. So please, as I mentioned before, channel those hashtags, AABR 2022, AABDC 2022, and hashtag New Majority. So at this juncture, we're going to take a break, and let me give you some instructions. You can find refreshments in the lobby area from where you entered the room. I will remind you that we have volunteers who are prepared and willing and able to help you if you need any assistance. Please give yourself enough time to network, to fellowship, to get to know one another. We're going to try to get back here right at 11 o'clock. So we've got just under 15 minutes for a break. So I'll see you back on the mark at 11 o'clock, and we will continue the dialogue. Thank you. As Americans reckon with racial injustice, police brutality, and a spike in anti-Asian attacks, we have an opportunity to relearn our shared history and build on that solidarity. And so that is perhaps a perfect segue to our next presentation. I'm going to invite next to the stage Sandeep Gupta, who is a partner at Deloitte & Touche LLP, a past board member of Ascend. He'll be presenting a study directly relevant to that article and directly relevant to our theme. And that Ascend study is entitled Elevating Asian Black Allyship in Corporate America. So please give a warm, welcoming round of applause to Sandeep Gupta from Deloitte.
Oh boy. Thank you, Dr. Pinkett. Good morning still. So I'm here, as Dr. Pinkett said, I'm going to present about the study that Ascend put out recently. But before I get to that, I'm going to talk a little bit about Ascend. Dr. Pinkett mentioned that I'm a partner at Deloitte, but I'm here today to talk on behalf of Ascend and present a little bit color on who Ascend is and as well as what work we do. I've been a past board member at Ascend. I've been involved with them for the past 17 years. That's when the organization first started. The focus of the organization is really to assist Pan-Asians, to help them advance, as well as elevate their careers. This is, as like I mentioned, a 17-year-old organization. Most of our programming is delivered through our 20-plus professional chapters across North America and 40-plus student chapters. Our programming is for students all the way to board members, so it's essentially a life cycle organization. Ascend Foundation is affiliated with Ascend and conducts its activities in many ways and various areas such as thought leadership, research, community services, education, and scholarships. Over the past 2+ years, the foundation has been very active to address the impact on Asians due to COVID and Asian hate. As you can see, we have undertaken many significant activities in a very short period of time. I wanted to call out a few of the activities. In the middle of the top row, included is our 5-point agenda and the Impact Fund. I will talk about both of those next. In the next row, on the left is a study that Dr. Pinkett referenced, which is about Asian and Black allyship. I'll spend a little extra time on that topic. And lastly, to the extreme right is the mention about the A-List Awards, which is a recognition and celebration of Asian success, an event that we will be hosting at the end of this month. First up, the 5-point action agenda. This was created in mid-2020 to address the challenges faced by Asian hate that was so visible across the country. The previous panel mentioned that several times. We were impacted as individuals, as community, and as importantly, as businesses. The 5 key areas that we identified needed attention to provide the necessary and very timely support for the Asian community across North America. We were fortunate to work alongside some key organizations that are to the right on the screen. They worked very closely with us in setting the tone and the focus for us. What we are also very proud of and happy about is the 150-odd companies and allies that worked with us that are all listed on this page. And we are grateful for their support. Several of these names are represented in this room today. Our initial work on the 5-point agenda paved the way for the creation of the Impact Fund. The Impact Fund was launched in 2021. The fund focuses on raising awareness of the history and prevalence of anti-Asian racism through expanding advocacy, allyship, education, and community engagement to create the change and advance the work of the foundation, change that we also desire. Our work is well underway for each of these 5 areas. As Dr. Pinkett mentioned, and I did too, that the most recent publication that has been received fairly well is the study on Asian and Black allyship. Not much work had been done on this topic in a formal way, hence we decided to tackle this area first. And as I was talking to one of the panelists that's going to come up next, we will be taking similar studies with other minority groups that really need, where the intersectionality does exist, and we really need to play that out so that the community at large, as well as corporate America, appreciates what some of those intersectionalities are and where the benefits are. So we will be undertaking some work with one of the panelists in the near future. Although there have been many pockets of allyship in community between Asians and Black, what we got to conclude very quickly is that there is very limited Black and Asian allyship in corporate America, and hence this focus. Most of the analysis commenced at one of the forums that we hosted in the latter part of 2021. I'll share a little bit of what we learned. This slide demonstrates a variety of responses that we received from those leaders, the CDEIOs, that had to respond to a very simple question that's listed on the page. The telling words on this page are complex, misunderstood, skeptical, distrustful, competing. Some hopeful and encouraging words are allies, empathy, sharing, progress, and finally, improving. This question and the other questions that we posed to them made it very clear that a lot of work is needed to enhance or simply put in place the Asian and Black allyship once there was an understanding of what these communities were and how they overlapped in many ways. I'm just going to run through a few slides. I'll let you read through it. But just to highlight a couple of things. When the leaders were asked to rate current relations between Asian and Black employees, 4 in 10 responses supported a high rating, but only a 5% gave a rating of strong allyship between Asian and Black employees. This was the most difficult response that we received. 2/3 of the CDEIOs responded that in their view, their employees had low to almost no understanding or appreciation for the Asian American experience and history. Should be no surprise to this group that given that there is very little discussed about Asian Americans' experiences, and there is very limited, if anything, talked about Asian Americans in American history, as we know now that there is a rich history, but there is very little taught in schools, and some of that is starting to change, starting with the action that's being taken here in New York City to bring in Asian American as part of the K-12 curriculum. But so far, there has never been any mention, if at all, about Asian Americans in American history. One additional point I wanted to share from the study, when asked how well Black American lives and history is understood, 36% of the leaders responded that employees had low to no understanding, which seems odd because there is just so much in there in the history, but it is still not understood, was the point in corporate America, simply because there's not been any formal sharing of knowledge and information. And next, what has also not happened is the individuals have not taken the time to learn about the Black American history, and previously, as I mentioned, about the Asian history and experiences. The last 2 questions made it clear that allyship is challenged for each of these 2 groups, but when you look across the different groups that are also there, when you pair up Asian versus Latinx, Asian versus LGBTIQs, etc., there is very limited information on how they can partner, why they should partner, and what are some of the challenges. And all of this is mostly in reference to corporate America, and in some shape or form, it does show up in different institutions and communities as well. This was referred to by the previous panel as well. One large contributing factor in poor Asian and Black trust and allyship has resulted from the model minority labeling of Asians that originated back in mid-1960s. Since then, this has worked as a wedge between these two communities, addressing one minority group, that's Asians, as model for our society, very clearly implied or indicated that the other groups are failing or have failed. This repeated narrative over the last so many decades has created mistrust amongst the groups. The next few slides, I'm just going to tee up a little bit more on what were some of the weak partnerships in the workplace. Some of the areas that we identified, there were quite a few. I'm just highlighting 3 over here. That there was a lack of appreciation for the intersectionality between the communities. There was limited understanding of the privileges that exist in a workplace and how we should be navigating those. And to date, there was very limited collaboration, as I mentioned previously, across the different groups because of 2 reasons. One, there was not a lot of leadership for those topics, and there was not a lot of engagement by leaders on these topics. In this slide, the next 2, we try to just highlight what actions can be taken to address some of these shortcomings. As it relates to intersectionality, there's a need to understand what it is, what it means for the 2 groups to understand each other better and recognize the strengths in being Asian or being Black. Next, as it relates to privilege in the workplace, there needs to be safe and brave conversations. And I introduced the word brave over there because it takes a lot to talk very transparently and openly, to have the conversations so that there is imparting of knowledge on what privilege is in a workplace, and then for the Asian and the Black communities, either together or for themselves, individually or separately, find how privilege could be earned and obtained. And finally, as it relates to collaboration, there needs to be concerted effort for the groups to work together in a formal and informal way, because that collaboration to be conducted with the leaders of the 2 groups, but as importantly and more importantly, with the leadership of the organization and their participation. The conversations need to include not only the minority groups that I'm referring to here, it needs to include the majority as well to come to the right solutions and the programs. For each of these 3 areas, a lot of work is needed because in many instances, the framework that we are proposing or thinking about or that should be put in place do not exist or exist in a very limited way or exist in a very informal way. Lastly, what we thought was also very important to include in the study, and we have 3 slides on this topic, and I think Dr. Pinkett mentioned this, there's a lot of history for Asian Americans that overlaps or that is connected in many ways with the Black history. And you can go back several years, 100 years, a couple of 100 years, to see what that overlap is. This, as we aligned these 2 histories of these 2 groups, we saw that there was a lot to celebrate, but very importantly, there were a lot of difficult pain points that got identified that we need to be aware of. And it has been said this morning multiple times that there is a need to learn about our past and our history to appreciate where we are, to appreciate what the gaps exist in our identity, in being visible, and then to embark on creating solutions so that we are recognized for who we are and being recognized as being a fabric of this country. So with that, hopefully you get a quick overview of what Ascend is about, and as importantly, a quick overview of what Black and Asian allyship can be and should be, at least as it relates to corporate America. Thank you.
Give another round of applause to Sandeep. Show your love. And I took notes once again, and took pictures as well. I was about to post to social media, but then he wrapped up. I said, I got to go back and do my job. But two things I want to highlight from Sandeep's presentation. When Asian success is juxtaposed against Black failure, this inevitably creates divisiveness between the two groups. That really struck a chord with me. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, what also struck a chord with me was something that you deliberately highlighted, Sandeep, which was you talked about safe and brave conversations, and you punctuated on the brave. And I couldn't agree more. They're not easy conversations to have, but in the absence of having those conversations, the status quo remains. We have to acknowledge that the brave are not without fear. The brave operate despite their fear. So while it can be uncomfortable for us to engage in these dialogues, it is only through dialogue that we achieve greater understanding. The goal of a debate is to win. The goal of a discussion is to decide. The goal of a dialogue is to understand. We need more understanding, folks. We need more understanding. So there's lots to discuss as we continue on with the program. I'm going to now bring up to the stage panel number 2, and I'm going to invite Marcella Berland, who will moderate this discussion. Marcella is the founding president and CEO of Latin Insights, LI, a strategic communications firm that focuses on the Latino market and Latin America. LI's clients include political candidates and heads of state, corporations, and nonprofit organizations. Marcella is widely considered an expert in crisis management, strategic communications, and public affairs. And so this next topic is near and dear to my heart as an entrepreneur, which is allyship in business. So please give another warm round of applause to welcome Marcella Berland to the stage and our next panel.
Let me see if this works. Hello? I don't think it's working, but I have a...
I think your lav is working.
Is it? Can you hear me? Yes. Oh, okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here moderating this panel with this very talented group of women. And I want to thank John, first of all, for putting this program together and bringing awareness to this very, very important issue, and all of you for being part of this discussion and dialogue. So today we're going to be talking about some very important issues, the new majority and allyship in corporate America. We heard from a prior panel and also from Sandeep about the importance of the new majority. And now what we're going to be talking primarily is about how do we make sure that the new majority has a place in corporate America? How can we make sure that they have a voice? How can we make sure that they're being heard and they're being promoted? I believe strongly in statistics. There's a lot of talk, and we work a lot in DEI, and we hear a lot from our corporate clients about the importance of DEI. But unfortunately, when we look at the statistics, if we look at Fortune 500 companies, we see that there hasn't been much progress, and there is mostly white, controlled by white male CEOs. So the numbers and the statistics are startling. So I want to start by asking you about the new majority. What do you think about this concept, and how it is impacting your corporations, your companies, and what are you doing to make sure the new majority has a voice in corporate America? We can start with you, Yo.
Yo Chang, I'm Global Head of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion at BNY Mellon. And when I think about what we can do, my company, as well as what I can do in my role, I was really struck by what the previous panel said, and talking about how all of us together, private sector, public sector, need to work together to advance the cause of diversity, equity, inclusion, and the the power and influence of this solidarity in the new majority, what they said, human rights and putting the most vulnerable of our society at the center of their work, there's parallels to what I do and how I think about DEI work in the corporate environment. And when we put, in corporate America, when we put the most underrepresented, the most underserved at the center of our strategies, and we work to change our practices, policies, and systems so that there's equity for the most underrepresented, and they're able to succeed, their voices are heard, their talents can come to play in how we make decisions and invest and move our companies forward, it actually allows everybody to be successful. And that's where we then leverage diversity, equity, inclusion to drive high performance and productivity, deliver for our shareholders, and also enable our people to then go forth and build stronger communities. They come out of their communities, come into the workforce, they go back to their communities, and they can strengthen their communities, and economies get stronger. So really, it makes sense that there would be parallels to what the private sector do to what we should do and have the opportunity to do in the public sector. And then making sure that as we build this new majority, we don't lose sight of the differences in that large new majority, and that we continue to listen and evolve and make sure that those voices and our differences still matter, because that's how we continue to sustain equity.
That's a great point. Thank you. Kathleen, would you like to share your experience?
Sure. Kathleen Navarro, I head up talent management, and I'm the Chief Diversity Officer at New York Life. And I'll build on what you said, starting particularly at that last point in being able to keep the unique needs of communities top of mind, but also leverage collectively, the needs across communities. And having strong programming in place is really critical to this. And I think for companies, people are at different areas of the maturity curve as to where their programming is. Cultures are different. I think it's hard you can't just lift and shift is what I say, right? What works at one company may not work at another. And so it's really understanding your culture, the needs of the workforce, and prioritizing and thinking about how you can focus on diversity, which is the representation, but also equity and inclusion, and the culture of the organization. And so providing platforms for having courageous conversations, right? New York Life, we started that in 2016 and have had more than 35, I'd say, company-wide conversations on a variety of topics, which has been instrumental. It's really one of our signature programs. But those programs are also opt-in, so we've thought about ways that we can have a wider reach, and thinking about topics that are really critical and timely, and started a program where departments now do training through these conversations, right? And having ways to think about intersectionality and what does it mean, and how can we have 7 employee resource groups, how do we think about the needs of those groups, but then a lot of the needs are also common, and how the groups come together and support each other. And we see a lot of collaboration amongst our employee resource groups, and we see the needs, particularly during these trying times challenging times that we've had these past few years, where groups help to support each other and come together to either do shared programming, or if it's something that is particular to one community, attend and help to support. And so providing the platform and telling people that it's okay to be able to be yourself and to share your stories, I think is important. Storytelling's critical. And when you hear from colleagues about their experiences, I think it puts it in a different light for people. What we've seen is the workplace tends to be the most diverse community for many folks, not everyone. We had worked with the Center for Talent Innovation back in 2017. They did a study, Easing Racial Tensions at Work. And one of the startling findings of the study was how segregated people's social communities tend to be, their social networks. I think it was 91% of white Americans in this study had said that their social networks were primarily white. And the same held true for communities of color. 83% of Black respondents and I think 64% of Latino respondents had said that their communities, social communities, were primarily Black and Latino. But the workplace is the one place where we all come together across a variety of differences. And we interact with each other, and we're friends, and we're colleagues, and we share in each other and celebrate the good times and come together and help support each other in the bad times. And when you hear stories and are able to gain different perspectives of people that you know so well, it kind of brings it to a different light, and it ties back to something that was said leading into this discussion about being brave. And it's not easy, right, for people to do that, and so being able to provide a platform and tell people give people a safe space and help train and educate, I think helps to really focus in on supporting across all colors of community and other represented groups and lift everyone up.
Thank you.
A lot was said there, but I'll talk a lot about strategy. So I'm Tiara Shamir Williams. I am Vice President and Head of Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity at Moet Hennessy. We put inclusion first because it's very, very important to our strategy. Talking about inclusion, we are rolling out a number of trainings around how our managers, people leaders can go on this inclusive leadership journey, knowing how to see the power in the introvert, knowing how to give folks that safe place to be creative and innovative, and really branch out so we can figure out where we're leaving money on the table. We are a revenue generating business. We want to make sure that we're inclusive not only internally, but to our consumer base as well. A lot of what we're doing with our ERGs is around allyship, another part of being inclusive. I'll tell a quick story. I'm a storyteller. When I was presenting a new ERG strategy, I had one of our ERG members come out and say, how is this supposed to be a safe place if we have allies or people that are not part of this community, part of our ERG? And I said, well, we're asking our white male counterparts to be uncomfortable. You have to get comfortable being uncomfortable as well. Like, we have to get brave and down with this concept of being open and coming together and inclusive in our nature. So that's one part of the internal strategy. Externally, we're doing a ton of different things where we're going out into the communities and having these listening sessions about how local culture is impacting the business in that market. So really taking those findings and listening to our people, our consumers, our people internally, and translating that into how we run our business. So a few ways around how we're using that strategically, the new majority.
Great, thank you. So I want to touch on something that Michael Garner said in the last panel, and he talked about how usually the different groups, Latinos, Asians, and Blacks, are put to fight against each other. And he was talking about more at the level of, trying to find funds from corporations, but we work a lot internally with corporations, and we see that happens also internally. The different groups within an organization, they're fighting for the resources that the organization can give. They're fighting for promotions. They're fighting for different resources. So there is this idea of competing against each other. So how do you deal in reality, because you have to deal in the real world, where the ideas are great, but you have to implement these ideas every day. And how do you deal with that fact and the fact that you want all groups to be ally, the concept of allyship? How can you bring that together and at the same time, as many of you said, respect their individualities? So let's start again.
Happy to start. So there isn't a silver bullet to that, because the reality is we do compete. And as those who aspire to senior leadership roles, fewer and fewer roles available. So, but what we want more of us to understand, and particularly those who can influence systems, policies, and practices, is that the bias that gets in the way of people being fairly assessed, fairly considered for these opportunities has to be mitigated, has to be addressed, because when we think about the talent available in the market, that we didn't always look for talent where there was diversity. We are changing that with the way that we're working with artificial intelligence and sourcing talent with different schools. Baruch is one of our places where we are sourcing talent, community colleges, HBCUs. We're looking for talent where it has always been, but we haven't included in our processes. And within our workplace, once that diversity is with us, we need to make sure that the way we assess talent, the way we conduct our talent reviews, the way we think about promotion slates, how we view influence as it shows up differently, and personality should not play a part in that. But like Tiara, you mentioned the strength of the introvert. There shouldn't be one mold of leadership or one persona that should be made the model for success. And we've seen, there was a conversation in another forum where we were talking about how there's low representation of Asians in executive leadership, on boards. And the humor in that is like Asia mints the most billionaires, of any country. Obviously, Asian talent is successful, can be leaders, but they're not seen as leaders for some reason in the U.S. So breaking those molds and challenging the status quo of thinking and how we see talent, who can be successful, those are things that we need to continue to work on day after day. And then allying with each other so that those unwritten rules that we didn't always know, or people didn't help us decipher because we didn't belong to the right country clubs, or we didn't come from the certain schools, or we spoke with an accent. We need to sponsor each other. We need to work together to connect each other to the influencers. We need to understand the conversations that are happening in the closed door rooms, and who is making decisions about our career. Do we know them? Do we know people who do know them? And connect each other to those people, make sure we have that visibility with people who can influence our careers. And as we get to those positions where we can influence, just continue to reach down and pull each other up. But it is competitive. But
Yes,
we just
it's a reality.
we can break down some of the bias, and we can make things more equitable.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd love to expand off of that idea. Just having the opportunity to have a seat at the table during our talent reviews, during, the review of our CEO. I got to sit in that review and have a say-so. Like, having that opportunity to have that diversity there makes such a huge difference of our senior talent, because they need to have those checks and balances as well. And speaking of checks and balances, again, another story. I remember so many times that I interviewed with a recruiter, and the recruiter is looking for a certain type of person, whether it be personality, whether it be the school that you went to. So at Moet Hennessy, at my previous organization, which I see as a sponsor, Morgan Stanley, we put in checks and balances around our recruiters and making sure that we were intentional about having diverse recruiters, so they would be intentional about picking various types of people to interview and to get to know, because you cannot put a stereotype, you cannot put this one-line picture of who your model manager or employee is. So I'm so glad that you pointed that out. I'll leave it there.
And I'll just say, I think everything very well said, and I'll just add maybe 2 practical sort of tips to this, is in terms of resources. What we do is, from an employee resource group perspective, we have a very structured process. Everyone has the same budget. We have the same process for selecting co-chairs, have a defined period of time. We, have 4 focus areas that we ask all the ERGs to focus in on. And so providing a structure helps to balance across. And then in terms of the talent discussion that we were just talking about here, reporting and analytics is really key. That's been a very important aspect, I'd say, to our programming to help inform, and also with respect to checks and balances, like you just said, understanding, doing some deep analytics. We have, for example, with recruiting, applicant flow requirements, and understanding what's the pool at the top of the funnel and how does that pool flow through, and are we seeing areas that we need to understand a little bit better why maybe some candidates didn't come through, or looking at the 9-box discussions and understanding here's the population of the group that is being discussed, and then here it is in terms of how people were assessed, and does that seem reasonable? Is there any potential unconscious bias there? And trying to embed and build ways to mitigate potential unconscious bias into talent processes and into programming, I think also helps to ensure that you've got these checks and balances and continues to keep that focus on equity across groups.
Thank you so much. Touching on your last point, Kathleen, about using analytics, we find out when we work with corporations and they said, well, help us with DEI, we want to improve our DEI footprint within our organizations. We always ask if they have any metrics. They're like, well, no, we don't have any. we don't do that. And the first thing we do...
The first thing I think people should be doing, right?
The first thing we do is to really develop, our own metrics and understanding where people stand, and understanding not only sentiments but also facts, because you have to really go by the facts. And again, the statistics, when we look at the facts and the numbers, particularly at the top, we see that there isn't enough diversity yet there. And we did a study, we were asked by one of our clients to the study about a diverse pool of employees looking for new jobs and how they felt about the process. And unfortunately, we found that the vast majority, these were all minority employees looking for jobs. They felt that there's still a lot of bias, that the issue of diversity is not being brought up during the interview process. And well, there were a lot of barriers and issues. Once they started the job, there's little follow through. So my question is, why is it so much talk about the topic, but we cannot make the change that we need? Why haven't we been able to really push change in a more accelerated way? And we can talk, I would like to talk either in general terms or about your own experience, but that's the reality that we see, right?
Yeah. Honestly, something that, my whole background is finance, so I'm big into metrics, numbers, so on. And I really feel like if you can't convince someone by just the conversation, or if that person doesn't have enough empathy for someone to change their mind, show them the numbers, because those are hard facts. So that's one way of doing things. But I always give the example around equity. So at Morgan Stanley, I always made the point. So you would have a financial advisor that comes from maybe south side of Chicago, grew up very poor, went to a public high school, public college, so on. You have another gentleman who maybe grew up in a very affluent area in Boston, went to Harvard, so on. Do you think that these two people are going to have the same amount of connections to wealth? Like, you have to give people the resources that they need to be on that level playing field. And those are the type of stories that I tell people to convince them. Like, these are real life people that grew up in these situations. And if you don't understand that, then you shouldn't even be in a power position. You shouldn't be in a leadership position if you don't understand that difference. So I always give real life examples to make people better understand. You talked about storytelling. Like, it's so powerful. And we use it so much at Moet Hennessy because it's important. I have another story about, one of our very, very high-ranking Black executives. They are the SHIT within the walls of our organization, right? Everyone looks up to them. The junior employees want to be like this person. But when they're outside of the walls, they're just a regular Black person on the street. And they have different stories to tell you. And for people to hear those real life stories makes a difference. So big into storytelling.
Just around data, I think in the past 2 or 3 years, we've gone from having very little understanding and grasp of data of what's really going on in our organization to we're now at the point of almost too much data. And at this point, our managers get it. They understand the importance of this. They understand the value and the business imperative. But they now need help on where to focus and where to prioritize. So we are parsing data around not just applicant flow and who we're hiring and how successful they are, but the eligible population for promotion. How does that break down in terms of different ethnicities, gender, LGBTQ+, veteran status, disability, looking at just all the dimensions of the talent experience, including employee engagement and how that's different for the different populations that we have data around. And we are seeing discrepancies, but the data doesn't tell you why things are going on. So the data can only point us to, here's an area where something is going on that requires further investigation. And then that's where the hard work comes in, where you have to roll up your sleeves and work with managers and say, these are tough conversations you're going to have. You're going to have to talk to people who you don't share a background with and ask them what's really going on here. The Great Resignation has caused a lot of managers to realize they need to be getting to know their people in a different way than they have in the past. It's not just about show up for work, I'm going to give you feedback on how to do your job better. I need to understand what else is weighing on your mind. I need to understand the personal circumstances that you're bringing to work with you that might keep you from being fully engaged or feeling supported, or maybe there's an aspect to our relationship where you're not able to trust me with what's really going on so I can better help you. So there's a lot of really great stuff going on that the data is just a part of. And it's building skills that our managers don't have. They weren't elevated to those positions because they were good at this stuff. So back to training. We need to equip them before we can hold them accountable for some of this different level of leadership and performance. And then, some of the stories of how come we aren't seeing greater progress, it comes down to making those difficult decisions. They can develop empathy, they can put some of these inclusion skills into place, but as they're trying to fill these roles and keep up with attrition, they're still resorting back to kind of the old ways of thinking and bad behaviors of, I need to fill this role, I'm going to go back to my homogenous network of people I know, and we just need to get this done. The business has to move forward. But to get them to stop, allow the recruiters to build the diverse slate, think about the questions you could ask to really understand the potential of this person who might not have come from our industry, didn't do that particular job before, but has great potential to actually exceed what somebody who came in from a different organization and did that job before could do, to drive the business forward, to bring in fresh perspective. That takes time. That takes an element of, I'm going to take a risk because I don't know this person, I'm going to take a risk that I can manage somebody who's different and navigate discrepancies in opinion and people who are going to challenge me. That's, I think, the journey that we're now in the midst of. And we just need to hold the line, and if we can, keep those roles open, support our managers in making different decisions. I think we can actually improve diversity because it's allowing more diverse talent to come in the door as opposed to just filling the seats with, poaching from, from other financial institutions to fill our roles. And just in terms of storytelling, spending a lot more time with clients these days. And I was in a group of asset managers, mostly men. There were some women. We were talking about their challenges to bring in more women into the asset management sector. And the men were lamenting about, we're looking for the talent. They're not there. They're not there. They don't want these jobs. They don't want to work 5 days a week. They want to have families. I mean, all these myths that they're creating and perpetuating to keep, them from really attracting the women into the door, into the sector. And then we started talking about, well, do you have daughters? Do you have, are your wives working? What do they do? Would you recommend your company to your daughter? And the men, 100% said, no, I would not want my daughter working at my company. The light bulb, in a position to change that right now. What would you do in order for your daughter to be successful at your company? And that took the conversation to a much more productive area of for some reason, they didn't feel empowered to drive that change, that they could authentically create an environment where they could see their daughters thriving. And hopefully they went back and took action on some of the ideas, but it's like you kind of have to point out the obvious sometimes.
Humanize it.
You're right, and then
Make it real, yes.
But it comes down to tough decisions, doing things differently.
I hear
the one thing when I hear this, it makes me about progress. It makes me think about a speaker that we had at New York Life back in 2020, Dr. Valerie Purdy Greenaway from Columbia University, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, but she said some to the point on progress that when people in the majority think about progress, they think about look how far we've come. And when people of color and underserved communities think about progress, they think about, look at how far we have to go, right? And it really resonated with me and just made me think about things a little bit differently. And there's no silver bullet, as you said earlier. And I think everything that's been said here is, things that companies and individuals should be committing to at your organization. But knowing that you've got to try different things don't, it's not going to be, you put a plan in place and a development program, say, and then that's going to guarantee that all those folks get promoted. That's not reality. And so thinking about the ways you could be leveraging and keep trying different things and having a variety of things, and again, having the metrics and I think that was a great story that you just told. It's true, when you humanize it and when people start to see things in a different perspective, helps people maybe take a different approach. There's no easy answer, and we absolutely should be further along than we are, and we have to keep advancing, and companies have to make the real commitment to it and put actions into place.
I hear so much about just intentionality, which has been mentioned,
Right,
obviously,
yes.
a million times. And I always give the example, you have to be intentional about getting to know your employees as well, your leaders. The leaders have to. You have to know if you have a single parent on your team that can't take a call at 6 p.m. because they have to cook dinner for their child. You have to really get to know your people. If you don't know your people, you don't know their circumstances, you don't know what they're dealing with, and you don't know how they're going to be the best employee for you. So if you don't know your people, it's a wrap.
So going back to the topic of the new majority allyship, do you think in the concrete work is it something that it works, or do you think you want to follow a more traditional approach to diversity, equity, and inclusion, being realistic?
Well, I don't think they're mutually exclusive, right? I think what we talked about when we kicked off the conversation about having platforms and thinking about ways and structures that helps communities focus on what may be of particular interest to that community, but then also looking for ways to collaborate and support each other across communities, and particularly, with the new majority, having, employees of color who come together to support each other. It's not one or the other, in my mind. I think it can be both, and we learn from each other. There are there's experiences that may be different but somewhat similar that help people to connect with each other and support each other. So I think, really, I love the concept. When we were talking before the conference and thinking about allyship and talking just about a little bit about the origins of allyship, and really, at New York Life, really started with our LGBTQ plus community, and helping a lot of the allies are really what helped support that community in coming out at work and having really developing a much stronger, developing our employee resource group and programming and support. And then that sort of started to filter out to other groups. And you were talking earlier, it reminded me of a story with when I co-chaired our women's initiative back in 2012, and we started to reach out to get men to be active, because it was really only women, and we recognized that we needed men in the room. And when we did that, I made phone calls and I asked some of the men to join a session, and they said to me, I've been dying to go, there's great programming, but I thought it was only for women.
Yep.
And then they came into the room, and then some of the female employees turned to them and said, what are you doing here? This is for women, to your point, this is a safe, right? And then I was like, okay, then the guys are calling me saying, I'm not sure, and so we had to explain the concept of allyship and how it went across all the communities, right? And how, if we had a room full of women talking to women, that wasn't going to enact change, and how we all need to help support each other. And I think in particular, when you look at communities of color, there is a unique opportunity because of the unique needs, but also some common experiences that can help bring people together and help learn and grow together.
I honestly don't have much to add. You really hit the nail on the head. I mean, this concept of new majority and allyship and everything is amazing, and I think it absolutely can be done. There are power in numbers. There is power in us coming together as a community and standing up for the things that we believe in and the things that we want to change. But there are different nuances that each community faces that need that special attention as well. Speaking of a person of color or a person that looks very ethnic or whatever the case may be, they're going to face different challenges than, let's say, a Cuban American who can pass as a European. So the different nuances have to be there, and those have to be faced and helped and supported, but coming together on our commonalities are amazing, and I think it's something that we should absolutely go for, try to do, and put all our efforts in, not only as individuals, but in our organizations and our companies as well.
And when I think about the promise of the new majority, I look at our employee and business resource groups, and we have 6, and one of them is what we call impact, and it's intentionally multicultural, ethnic, racial diversity and focus. And this was something we did, before my time, so when BNY Mellon was growing through acquisition and trying to meld people from different corporate cultures together. We saw an opportunity to bring what used to be separate, Asian, Black, Latinx, into one, because we recognized and really wanted to reinforce the need for multicultural understanding and awareness as a way to drive our business forward. And as we strengthen this group, we continue to recognize that in the largest ethnic racial populations, there was still a need to dive deep to understand that these Asian, Black, Latinx, these are not monolithic communities. There are distinct differences within these communities, and as an organization needing to pay attention to those. So we have an Asian Leadership Forum, a Black Leadership Forum, and a Hispanic Latinx Leadership Forum. And those groups are creating programs, safe spaces, leadership development workshops to get to the nuances within their communities, within their constituencies, to understand what support as a community they need, and then what support cross-culturally that we can drive. And it's very stark when we have these safe space conversations or these forums, how different those needs are. But I can say that across our 6 groups, in order to get budget from my office, they do have to work collaboratively, and they do have a theme of intersectionality across all 6 and coming together to understand each other, to come together, particularly in solidarity in light of some of the external events. And the membership of our 6 groups is growing, I think, because of that intersectionality, that reaching across to understand and support each other. But what I will say is unique membership is not growing. So we need to take what's great being created in the 6 groups and extract that to more of the enterprise to bring more our employees into the 6 groups. But I'll share that at the height of the spike in Asian hate crimes last year, the first person to check in on me was a Black colleague. And I don't say that to say first or second, but somebody who said, I know what that feels like because I've been there. I understand the fear you might be going through. I just want to be there for you. And I think that is an example of just, we can come together through that understanding.
So I want to make sure we have time for everybody in the audience to ask some questions. And I can barely see everybody in the audience with these lights. But
yeah, the lights are bright.
Yes, they are. If anyone has a question, I want to
There's a question over, I saw a hand go up over here.
Oh, okay, yes.
Hi, my name is Tia from Goldman Sachs company. So, thank you. I have a question for the panelists. Some of you have mentioned during your speech that you don't want to inadvertently not promote those who are maybe more introverted and only grease the squeaky wheel and recognize those who are more active in terms of promoting themselves. So how do you, assess who are the folks with leadership potential? Because oftentimes, when people who are less outgoing in terms of promoting themselves, they tend to be told we don't have the gravitas that it needs to become senior leaders. So how do you respond to that and evaluate people in a more fair manner?
What I tell people, or what I tell people leaders rather, and what I practice as well, is I call on them in meetings and I force them to talk a little bit so I can hear their ideas. But this all goes back to knowing your people. So those one-on-one conversations to know what their long-time goals are, what their aspirations are, knowing how they need you to support them is so important in those conversations. It all goes back to knowing your people. So.
We also think about the talent cycle and ways we mitigate potential unconscious bias, as I mentioned, and we have our HR business partners who are in the conversations when we're having discussions about people, our annual talent conversations. They're trained to recognize where there may be some bias happening and to pose questions to help people start to think differently. We have a leadership profile at the company, and it's the 8 capabilities of what it means to be a leader at New York Life. And so we assess people against that, right? Try to find ways that we're looking at things that are more, again, equitable across groups, so that you are able to assess each person sort of individually, but building that into the process and the system, I think, really does help to make it a more fair process.
I think I would add is I also get to sit in on talent reviews and coach HRBP colleagues on where to challenge. And one of my pet peeves is, the talent review that extols the virtues of this person who's just exceeded expectations on all these business deliverables and is just, called a rock star. And then the next breath, where we're supposed to identify development opportunities and feedback to go back to this person to continue to improve. Sometimes you get they're kind of quiet during meetings. They don't speak up as much as I'd like them to. Their leadership style is different from mine. And you have to push on that because the skills are there, the results you want to achieve are there. Why do they have to be, more like this or more like that, and more like, a certain leader that is at the head of that particular team right now? There is no reason why that person should be fitting a certain mold. And I think we have to, every opportunity we do is to challenge that thinking, because there needs to be room for different styles of leadership, different communication styles, different ways of engaging with people to get the best out of them. That loud, outspoken person is not going to be the best and most effective person to drive certain results. So it's just challenging that, but there are certain roles that if you want or aspire to, that might require a little more engaging and being comfortable interacting with people. If you have a client-facing role, you're going to need to be a little bit more of that kind of extrovert. Enjoy going to parties and entertaining clients. Or if you've got a leadership role where you have to make a lot of presentations, if you aspire to that, your manager should be giving you feedback and helping you develop some of those skills so that you can achieve that if that's your career goal. But for other roles where if you're excelling at what you're supposed to be doing and you're delivering against the results and you're exhibiting the skills and achieving the desired outcomes, then we've got to challenge that whole leadership, the old style leadership mold.
You said something that I think is also very interesting. You mentioned feedback, right? And it's important that the feedback is coming from a number of different perspectives. And so having a process where you can get 360 feedback, or during performance reviews, being able to send it out to stakeholders so that there's not only like one person weighing in, is also very important. And then you also mentioned talking about with your manager and about development opportunities, and there's been studies that have shown that women and people of color in particular don't always get the feedback during these conversations that are really going to help the individual in understanding what they need to do to advance to the next level or to grow and develop in their role. And so if that's the case, then it's really important to be asking for that and be open to hearing what that feedback is, and to challenge it too if it's something that you think may not be a variety of perspectives.
Something interesting that you said, Joanne, is that there seems to be this conception that there is certain type of leadership. To be a leader, you have to have these attributes, and there has been thousands of books reading about this topic. And I was Stanford a while ago talking to Professor Jerry Porras, who is one of the most successful professors there. He wrote many books about leadership, but he happened to be very, very shy. And he said when he was at the business school at Stanford, one of the first things his professor said is like, to be a leader, you have to be an extroverted. He named a lot of qualities, and he felt that he didn't fulfill any of the qualities, and he felt really terrible about himself. But then he realized that wasn't, there isn't one mold that fits it all. And he always tells this story. He's a very humble person, very interesting person. But he became, the first emeritus Latino professor at Stanford. Very, 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 very successful. But there is in one mall, and he was giving us many examples of how there are different type of leaderships. And there isn't only one, and you can see it, in corporate America if you look at the history of leadership. So we shouldn't fall in that trap that to be a leader you have to have certain characteristics. It takes more than that. You have to go beyond that. Let's see, any other questions? I see one in the back. I can see a hand.
Thank you. Just maybe, I guess, reflecting on what you said, is it enough to rely on a manager to get diverse talent promoted, or would it be helpful perhaps to have a non-line of business executive sponsor help in promoting that person's candidacy and helping them develop their skills?
I'm a big fan of what you stated around the 360 review process. I believe that there has to be people that report to you, other folks that report to you. I believe that there has to be people that you report to. I believe there has to be colleagues. It has to be a very well-rounded experience. I also believe that there needs to be a diversity officer in the room as well to advocate. I believe that 90% of my job as a diversity officer is advocacy. We are standing up for those who do not have a voice, or who may be shy, or do not have the opportunity to speak in these rooms. So yeah, I'm a firm believer in 360 review process.
I would agree with Kathleen and TR too about 360s, and not just to understand, and get that feedback from people who report to you, people who are peers and those who are senior, but also to really understand how you're perceived. So don't choose people who know you best, or you might know what they would say anyway, but choose people who you want to be able to influence, people whose contributions to your work are essential to your being able to get ahead. And in terms of promotion, you absolutely need people outside of your line of business.
Yep.
To know your work, to know you and your potential. At a certain point in your organization, just your manager's ability and opinion is not going to get it done. If you want senior leadership roles, there are people in that room who are going to have the opportunity to weigh in, and if they don't know you, there's just less advocacy for your ability to get that next opportunity.
And thinking about, more formal programs, right? There's mentorship, there's sponsorship, and they are different. And often people don't know they're being sponsored, right? It's more, there is that advocate who can speak on your behalf and look for opportunities and socialize. And it's really important, the networking and getting connected and having access is really key. And not everybody has the same access and has the same network. And so having programs that help to connect people and taking advantage of opportunities such as, I know we've all mentioned the employee resource groups a lot, and the reason we have is because they are really critical to helping to foster an inclusive culture and to educate and to bring people together. And they also help with networking and connections and allows people to step outside of their day job and be seen in a different light, and provides access to leaders or folks in other areas of the organization that you may not have exposure to. And so all of that is really key. And so thinking about ways that you as individuals can build that network or help to connect is really important. And then on the flip side, from the company's perspective, having programs that are more formal in providing this advocacy is also key.
Exposure is so important. I'm huge on exposure. I structured our ERGs. So every lead, we do the rotations. They're in the role for 2 years. When they come out, when they're in the role for those 2 years, they have priority to get in front of senior leadership. They have priority in picking to sit on different panels, to have that exposure, to be in rooms that you normally wouldn't have the opportunity to sit on, because if you're doing this outside of your day-to-day job, you should be highlighted, you should be spotlighted, and you should be known for the extra work that you're doing to create an inclusive culture, to create, retention within our organization. So our structure is all about exposure.
That's great. Let's see, I see Alibe. Is that you?
Can you hear me?
Yes. I think so.
Hi, my name is Alibe Hammaker, and I run a corporation that deals with global. Thank you. My consultancy deals with global issues, so I deal with a lot of people every day globally, and I work with a lot of members of the UN and nonprofits. But Tiara, you said something something that really touched me. When I started my career, I graduated from John Jay College, which is a community college. Mm-hmm. But my internship started with somebody who was a Harvard graduate. I had to go to the Harvard Club, interact with those people. And the first day, it was awful. I mean, for me, not for him. I was all dressed up. I was all nervous, sweating like crazy. I can relate to these people. I'm not from the high class, right? All of them.
Yeah.
I entered the room, and I started working what I know, what I knew, what I was going to present. And little by little, I started realizing that, there are people just like me. I have my stories, I have my experience. I'm very good at what I do. And, once I jumped that, I took it from there, and I've been very successful. So from that story that you just told and my story, is there any where in the future that we are not going to have to put in our own because of all these filters that we are putting in between? I mean, I know a lot of people from community college and from prestigious college. They are equally passionate about their work. They are equally involved and talented at what they do. But we keep on putting these filters, and we are building barriers for wonderful people to even approach that job. So I love what we are trying to do, and I love what your companies are doing. I love the value of the allyship, but when are we going to take it to the next level?
That's an excellent question. I too started at Borough of Manhattan Community College, and then went to NYU. But I wasn't accepted at first. I had to write an essay about how I gave up some basketball scholarships to come to New York and dreamt of being a woman on Wall Street. So I know the intimidation. I do not come from a wealthy family, very, very humble beginnings, single mother. That's why I mentioned that example. One day, I absolutely hope that we can get there. I want to go into an interview without having to not put Williams. Without having to delete Williams from my last name because they're going to know I'm Black, or to take out my braids because I don't think they're going to think I'm white enough. Plenty barriers and filters. I would love to get to that point. Honestly, from my personal opinion, and I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts as well, I need to see those numbers because I need accountability right now. I need to know who is getting rejected, who's applying and getting accepted, who is getting through those barriers of the recruiters who are looking for that specific type. And I think once we get to a place, and hopefully, I pray to God that is sometime soon, we can remove those filters. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I think you bring up an excellent point in that we can have policies and processes that can help identify candidates and move them through the process, but if folks aren't even applying, they're not in the mix. And so how do we diversify the pool of applicants, and what are we doing to expand that? And one of the things we have is a talent acquisition diversity strategist on the team who is not a recruiter. This individual is solely focused on mitigating any potential bias in our hiring processes and thinking about ways and strategies that we can expand that pool. And we're not there yet, right? We keep working hard at this, and the network piece of it and the external, connections and partnerships and working, meeting with different people so that you can expand who we know outside the company and encourage folks to apply or let them know, build relationships, and then when we do have opportunities, then maybe nudge and encourage. Again, we work through our employee resource groups. We have a program where we call it Talent Tuesdays, and we highlight certain roles at the company, and we ask them to reach out to their networks, which will broaden the pool. And just trying to think about different ways, but you're absolutely right. Like if people don't, if the job description themselves, right? What's the job description? So that's another thing, and that's something we continue to work on. Looking for ways to, what words are being used and how the qualifications, if it's so stringent, and thinking about potential, we talked about that earlier, right? And so there's lots of different ways, but we have to keep at this because it's really important.
Something that we have seen where corporations have been very successful is one of our clients was having the same problem because they felt, well, we don't have the candidates, they don't apply. So one of the suggestions we made about, among many others, was like they needed to go and look for candidates in other places. They were looking primarily at the Ivy schools, and they weren't finding a diverse pool of employees. So we directed them to go to other schools, but not only look at the other schools, but also to go and talk to the schools, to the students, because oftentimes what happens with certain corporations, what we found out through our research, is that people are intimidated and they feel, well, I shouldn't apply to this company or that other company because they only take, Ivy League students, so why would I even waste my time? But something interesting that happened to me yesterday, someone called me up and said, I'm having difficulties finding a job, wanted my advice. And he's a white male, middle-aged candidate, highly qualified, but he was saying all the positions I'm applying to, they're saying they want, a diverse candidate. So now I feel, I'm being discriminated against. So I thought, well, this is interesting because for many years it was, the other way around. So I think to give credit to some corporations, they're trying to make an effort and they are going for a more diverse pool of candidates. The main issue is once they get them into the companies, what do they do to really retain them and to make them really excel at the job? Because I also heard many stories where diverse people are being hired, but then they're being left, as a statistic number in an office doing whatever they're doing, but nobody pays any attention. So,
and they won't stick around, right?
No, they won't
right?
stick around. Nobody is happy knowing that they are just statistics hires. So we need to make sure that they can be promoted and they can access, positions of power and decision. Unfortunately, we are at 12:30, which I think is time to end this very, very interesting session. But I want to help thank every one of you, Kathleen, Tiara, for this incredible knowledge that you share with us, but more importantly, the fact that we talk about very concrete experiences and things that you're doing within your organization, and that you were, very honest with us and acknowledge some of the challenges that you're facing. But what gives me hope is that you also talk about some initiatives that they're doing, that they're working within your organization, and that give us hope that things can change. And I think just bringing awareness and having this diverse audience here with us today, sharing all their experiences and learning from everything that we've been hearing today, it's so inspiring to me. So thank you so much, and I would stay here for more.
So that was a powerful panel, was it not? That was fantastic. Phenomenal. And we have the ladies well represented. One more round of applause for the ladies that represented on this panel. Fantastic. Phenomenal. And I got 2 pages of notes off of this panel, so I'm going to just try to distill some of the wisdom that I learned from these very impressive leaders. Marcella, you talked about developing metrics and not just sentiment, but also getting the facts. And that was a theme that I felt reverberated throughout this panel around data and getting analytics. In fact, I believe it was Kathleen who also reinforced this idea of getting the analytics. Yao, you said those who influence systems have to mitigate bias, ally for each other, reach down and pull each other up. Those were wonderful words. You talked also about the importance, and we just had a dialogue about this. Marcella, you lifted this up, making room for different styles, and that we really have to embrace that there is different ways that we all lead, ways that we show up. Kathleen, you said we have to have those brave and courageous conversations, which was very much a reflection of what we had heard prior when we talk about the importance of bravery, courage, and how these conversations open our understanding of one another, bridge our differences, and begin to address the very biases that we talked about earlier. And then Tiara, you had 2 things that were on my spirit. One is you talked about having to humanize it, and you're a storyteller, so you're certainly channeling your humanization of others as you tell stories, which I appreciated your stories. But then you said something I'm going to close on my reflections on the panel was, we have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Something you said early on in the discussion, and that's something that we all have our comfort zone, and then we have our growth zone. And the line between the comfort zone and the growth zone is discomfort. And so the more we get comfortable with being uncomfortable, the more we grow. So if you're not feeling any discomfort, it means you're not growing. And part of this journey for all of us is in the growth. So my takeaways, not what was said, but what I took, don't just be at the table, have a voice at the table. It is not an either or. We can have a targeted strategy that addresses the unique needs of unique communities, but we can also have a universal goal that is of diversity, equity, and inclusion. There's a scholar, John Powell, who calls that targeted universalism, a targeted goal under a universal umbrella. And my final point on this panel, Yao, you lifted this up in your story, but it's something I've heard over and over again in my travels. The simplest thing that we can do if we want to further our walk for diversity, equity, and inclusion is just reach out to people and say, how are you doing? Sometimes it's that simple. I've had some of the most powerful responses from people from different communities who said, I so appreciated the fact that you just reached out to me to say, how you doing? I just checked in. So one more round of applause for the panel for an outstanding job. That's 4 applause for this panel. Thank you, ladies. You can take your seats. Thank you, ladies. And so as we move toward lunch, I'm going to put in a shameless plug. This whole conversation about data, I have a deadline on Wednesday for my next book, and I'm behind schedule. So when I leave here, I'm going back to write. And that book is Data-Driven DEI, how data can drive a diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda. And so I need you all to pray for me that I meet this deadline next Wednesday, because I'm in trouble right now. I'm behind. This whole weekend is a writing weekend. So we're going into lunch. Now, I was here last year, so I'm going to give you all, get everyone's attention. We're going to move into the afternoon. How were the elevators? Fair enough. Well, I at least gave you the warning, but it looks like we do have a good contingent of folks who've made it back for the afternoon. Raise your hand if you met someone new during lunch. Okay, give yourself a round of applause. That's what this is about. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I love it. Yeah, I mean, the summit has a motto, if you didn't know. It's the 3 C's: Connect, collaborate, and contribute. That is the motto of this summit. So you've already lived out the values of this summit by meeting somebody new. I encourage you, we have another break coming this afternoon to continue that journey of expanding your networks, meeting new people, making connections. It's been a while for many of us that we've been in the same room and not the same Zoom. And I see a couple of familiar faces I've met online. I must tell you, you all look taller in person than you did on my screen. Nevertheless, we're going to move into the afternoon, and let me offer this just as a segue to the afternoon. You know, we're here talking about new majority allyship. I was having a conversation with Sandeep and one of our afternoon panelists, EJ, about this idea of allyship, which has multiple interpretations, multiple meanings, multiple experiences. I mean, we're talking about new majority allyship for today, although there are other aspects of allyship that are appropriately part of today's conversation. This new majority allyship is about how we're bridging across what were formerly minority and now new majority communities. But there's also these other related ideas of allyship within the corporate context, which Sandeep spoke to, and his argument was that there's a lack of allyship in the corporate context. You heard from Frankie and Joanne, who called each other sibling organizations. They talked about how there's lots of allyship that they're seeing in the community context. EJ then, as we were discussing, reminded us that there's this idea of members of the former majority culture allying on behalf of the former minority culture. And so there's lots of interpretations and experiences of allyship. Let's not get them confused. They're all in the same genre, but they take on different forms and fashions. And so we're about to move into the first presentation for the afternoon. And I'm going to do my job and remind you, because somebody just asked me for my Twitter handle, which is at Randall Pinkett with one L. And so tag each other, post, again, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, take your pick. Wherever you are, LinkedIn, I forgot LinkedIn this morning. I know there's a lot of ERG folk here. I know you are LinkedIn people, so I'm not mad at that. That's where we're a little more conservative with what we post appropriately. I understand. Don't get too political. Nevertheless, please, again, for those who couldn't be here, we want them to share in the experience, and social media gives us that wonderful ability. So let's keep it moving, folks. Next up is Leadership in Practice, Hennessy's Unfinished Business Initiative. And I'm going to welcome back to the stage a panelist who inspired me with getting comfortable with being uncomfortable, Tiara Chesmer-Williams, who we met on panel 2. She's the vice president and head of Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity at Moet Hennessy. In this role, Tiara punctuates Moet Hennessy's commitment to building a deeply inclusive, diverse, and equitable workplace by collaborating across the organization to develop and lead clear strategies, programs, and processes that align with the organization's business strategy and accelerate IDE, inclusion, diversity, equity, actions, and results. So please give what has now become an AABR warm round of applause to Tiara Chesmer-Williams.
Hello again. Hopefully you're not sick of me just yet. I have to be completely transparent and candid with you because that is my nature. I started in this role just a couple months ago. March 7th was my first day at Moet Hennessy, coming from Morgan Stanley. I am, as it states in my title, the IDE leader for Moet Hennessy. So we have a huge portfolio. It is not just Hennessy, it is not just Moet. It is Glenmorangie, it is Dom Perignon, it is Volcan Tequila, it is, I can go on and on. So there's a lot for me to learn in this industry, coming from finance to wines and spirits, right? So with all that being said, a long-winded way around to tell you, I will be reading some stuff, so my apologies. I'm here to talk about Unfinished Business, which is a program that our Hennessy Maison or group rolled out dedicating resources to the Black, Latinx, and Asian community. I'm going to go more into what that is and what we're doing, but I would love to show a short clip and video speaking to the initiative first. So if we can roll that.
On the 18th of March, things started to get real bad.
100% to zero overnight.
It's 2 months with no business is a long time.
The way COVID-19 has impacted Black and Brown businesses is exacerbated issues that were already prevalent.
COVID-19 did that it left the carpet, so all the dust came out.
We don't get any PPP or anything else. There's no help to me at all, the banks. I just can't fall down and die. I have to keep going.
Whether we were born here, we became part of it the day that we stepped in this land.
You've got to fight. I take pride in being the glue for this community.
Just have more heart.
I don't plan on going anywhere.
The Unfinished Business Initiative. It is an initiative that enlists the support of our partners here at AABDC, 100 Black men, as well as the Hispanic Federation. Capital is distributed directly at the community level among those who need it the most. While virtually every demographic group has been affected by COVID-19, Black, Latinx, and Asian communities have faced disproportionate share of the health, emotional, and economic consequences of this pandemic. To provide immediate relief, Hennessy has partnered with these wonderful organizations working to create positive change and support businesses in their respective communities. There will always be unfinished business. Long after the pandemic is over, informing Hennessy's commitment to work with our partners and to sustain this initiative. Rebuilding Black, Asian, and Latinx businesses is essential to an equitable recovery from COVID-19, and more importantly, it's important for a just economic and social future for the communities of color. Thus far, I would love to share some of our accomplishments. Since June 2020, we've had over 31,000 applicants to the Unfinished Business Initiative. We've had over 75,000 people visit our site. So it just tells you about that need. Unfinished Business has provided over $7.5 million in funds to over 2,000 Black, Asian, and Latinx-owned small businesses throughout the United States of America. Since we are in the AABDC headquarters, I have to point out that 1/3 of those funds, meaning across 655 Asian American businesses equaling $2.3 million in funds, have been supported. Over 1,959 businesses in total have been supported because of this initiative. Hennessy has had a very, very long history of supporting the Brown and Black communities. And just to give you a glimpse of how dedicated we are and how rich our legacy is around our support, I'd love to give you a little highlight of our history. Hennessy has been a brand that has been a positive vision in many ways, first arriving in the US in 1794. That's how old we are. In 1896, we were the first Tuskegee Institute sponsor. In 1909, we were the first corporate sponsor of the NAACP. In 1951, we were the first spirits advertiser in Ebony magazine. In 2003, we introduced VSOP Privilege Awards, honoring multicultural entrepreneurs. Moving way up, in 2012, we've had the launch of Wild Rabbit, our campaign that celebrated individual pursuits of potential around diverse talent, including Nas. For the past 250 years, the brand has championed those who never stop, never settle. And in 2020, we continue this tradition with its unfinished business platform. I strongly encourage you, if you know any small business, brown, black, Asian, whatever the case may be, that is struggling, that has an interest in getting some support from us, please check out our site. Go to the Hennessy website, check us out. We want to support the communities that have supported us for so long, and I just wanted to bring this to your attention among the many other things that not only Hennessy has going to support our communities, but over the entire Moet Hennessy portfolio. Please engage with us, please check us out, and if there's any other questions that I can take now, I'd love to take them. Perfect. Thank you.
Of course you knew this was coming. Another round of applause for Hennessy. You saw it coming. You knew how I was going to do. Absolutely. Thank you, Tara, for that impressive set of numbers and important support at an important time. As a business owner, I can directly relate. I've been in business now for 30 years. And over the arc of that career, any entrepreneur out there knows it's highs and lows, it's ups and downs. I say, I've been through thick and thicker. That's what I've been through. And it's support like that that makes a difference. And given the economic times, the turbulent times we're living in, that support clearly is desperately needed. Next up is another treat from amongst the many treats that we've had over the course of the morning. Next up is a fireside chat with a longtime supporter of AABDC and co-chair of the 7th annual AABR, Ann Chow from AT&T Business CEO. Ann is the Chief Executive Officer of AT&T Business, responsible for a $36 billion operating unit. The first woman to hold this position and the first woman of color CEO in AT&T's history. You better recognize. Thank you. As a founding member of AT&T University's governing board, Ann actively supports the company's leadership development imperatives. She's involved in many AT&T employee groups and serves as the executive sponsor for AT&T Women of Business Employee Network and the Asian Pacific Women's Organization. Her many contributions to business and the community are widely recognized. Most recently, Ann was named to Fortune's 2020 Most Powerful Women in Business list, and she is a recipient of the 2021 Outstanding 50 Pinnacle Award. Ann will be interviewed by Tiawa Chang, investigative reporter, TYT Investigate. Tiawa Chang is an investigative reporter, recipient of numerous awards, including the 1996 prestigious Peabody Award, 2004 New York Press Club Award, and 2005 Edward R. Murrow Award. Very active in Asian American community affairs, Chang was both a national and local New York board member of the Asian American Journalists Association, AAJA, which gave him a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2015. A graduate of the University of Pennsylvania and Columbia University's Graduate School of Journalism, Chang was named one of the 10 most influential Columbia alumni in New York City. His relentless investigative reporting, which I have been witness to having grown up in New Jersey, led to significant changes. I encourage you to read both of their bios in the program. Please welcome to the stage Tiawa Chang and AT&T CEO Ann Chow.
Oh, you want to do that?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
better.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. You're the boss.
I don't know about that. I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous. I promised John I'd be nice.
And you know, I don't think I've ever been interviewed by an investigative reporter. So, all right. And Randall, I'm with you. I'm a Jersey girl, so I watched him my entire childhood and life. This is a thrilling moment for me right here.
You grew up watching me, right?
I did.
That's good.
I did grow up watching you.
Just remember, Asians don't raisin, so you don't know how old I am. So.
I know. You're right. That's right. Asians don't raisin. Hashtag. That's another hashtag. By the way.
Oh, by the way, just for transparency, I'm no longer with TYT.com. I'm a freelancer. Anne?
Yes?
I think the most, if I were in this audience, and especially if there are a lot of young people here, I think that one thing I'd want to know as, since you were a female of color who's a CEO of a, I read 35, but apparently $36 billion corporation, and just very simply, what do you believe were the keys to your success? Because I was reading at one point that you said it wasn't easy, that when you tried to get into the sales department, you were rejected 5 times. Talk to us about keys to success. And if I could, I had interviewed or talked to Michelle Wu, the mayor of Boston, and I asked her, every time I went to Boston, I had a lot of racist confrontations with white guys in Boston. It's changed a lot, apparently, and I said, how did you get along with them? How did you proceed from the city council all the way to being mayor? And she smiled and said, 1, I always chose my battles, and 2, I was always the best prepared. And she smiled and said that she was always happy to know that whenever any opponent in the city council knew she was coming, they would tell their staff, you better prepare, Michelle's coming. So what were some of the keys to your success?
Yeah, so
that's
thanks.
a pretty easy question, right?
It is.
But it's an important one.
No,
Seriously.
absolutely. So I'll answer this with 2 dimensions. One that is based on my family upbringing, because I think that'll resonate with so many of you. And then I'll talk a little bit about, once I got to the corporate environment, some of the learnings that I've had. So, I would say that there were really 3 anchor things in the foundation of my upbringing. My parents immigrated to this country from Taiwan, so I'm 2nd generation American. And there were so many life lessons that they taught my brother and I, but when I think about the key ones that have lasted throughout my life and have served as key sort of pinnacles of leadership for me, one is around education, right? We I think many of us know this, as underrepresented, underserved communities, that education is the great equalizer. And so for them, and therefore for me, the importance of education and living a life that is filled with continuous learning is absolutely foundational. And it is not necessarily about the degrees that you have or the school that you go to, but it is about having a mindset that you can always learn from every situation and every person. The second thing I would say is, I know with my parents coming here, they came here with virtually nothing. They were sponsored by a family. And if I think about their journey and their pursuit of the American dream for us, it couldn't have been done without a focus on giving back and appreciating service, right, and contribution. And so I would say that's the second tenet in terms of always having this mindset of gratitude and giving back. No matter how much or how little you have, giving of your time, giving of your talent, giving of your treasure has been a big part of my upbringing, is a big part of my leadership sort of philosophy. The third one, which I suspect many of you will very much relate to, is what I like to call immigrant paranoia. My parents lived this life and infused in me this idea that at any moment, everything could evaporate, right? It's why they reinforced education and skill set and experience, because that's the one thing in your life that you can earn that will never go away, right? Because you can earn your health, you can earn love, you can earn money and fame, but all of those things can go away like this. But who you are and your education, your skills, your experiences will never go away. This immigrant paranoia, though, that I talk about has really infused in me, and I've sort of harnessed this throughout my whole career, is that I'm always hoping for and pushing for the best outcomes, but I'm always prepared for the worst, right? And so it is just in my DNA, whether it's a split decision conversation or a massive project or the sale of a business or a big client deal, I'm always hoping for and planning for the best, but preparing for the worst. And so any degrees of scenarios that may happen in between, we have largely thought through or have anticipated some dimension of it, right? And so that we're always kind of very agile and adaptable, but always prepared, and that may be somewhat similar to what you learned and heard from the mayor. So those are the three foundational things I would say that have been keys to my success. Then if I fast forward to my corporate experience, and Tiwa, just this week I celebrated my 32nd year service anniversary with AT&T, and I'm not sure. Yeah. Remember, hashtag Asians don't raisin. And I actually recently also announced my retirement, my upcoming retirement.
In August.
Yes, in August, right, which I like to call rewirement. So when I think about my corporate experience, I would say that for me, a big part of, if I could be so bold to say, my Asianness that has actually come in super handy is just this innate humility, right? I don't purport to be the smartest one, the most dynamic one, the most driven one in any given room. And when I hear something, or when I, when someone may have some kind of slur or something, let's say a bias-filled experience, I actually don't take it personally, right? And to the point of education, I take every one of these moments as an educational experience, and I don't assume malicious intent, right? It gets to what Randall kicked us off with at the very, very beginning of this forum, which is I work super hard not to contribute to the divisiveness of any given moment. Right? And I find oftentimes that when somebody is coming at you, right, whether it's in a business context or a personal context or racial context, gender context or otherwise, they are attempting to create division, right, and chaos. And I've worked really, really hard to ensure that outcome doesn't occur. And one of the things that I always tell my team, as well as my children, is if you are at a fork in the road and you are pressured and don't really know which side to take, you always take the high road. It's the right road, every single time. And I have always said to myself from the very, very beginning, my very first job, corporate job, is that if I were ever feeling like I had to compromise my values or my principles, I would leave, right? And so having that North Star, if you will, and just really staying true to myself, my principles, my values, as well as just not taking myself too seriously. Look, I mean, the beauty of diversity is that no two of us are the same. No two of us have the same experience, the same education, the same perspective on any given contribution. It's one of the reasons why diverse teams are much more productive and actually generate better results. So I'd say those are some of the learnings too, and I would say most foundationally, my key to success has been that I have kept my focus in every role on the people. And whether that's my customers, whether that's my partners, or my people on my team, every business is a people business, and we are naive to think that organizations are anything different than that, right? Every facet of everything that we do is really ultimately all about the people. So.
How about hard work and perseverance? You clearly have a dynamic personality. You speak very well. You're loud, which is important.
Whoa, man. And, you're coming at my jersey pretty hard.
But that's, being loud, I think, in a corporate environment is not bad.
Yeah.
But also, you talking about the 5 times you got rejected, you have perseverance. So what role did perseverance and hard work play in that, and also playing corporate politics?
Yeah, absolutely. So you hit on, I'm actually an engineer by education, and so throughout my career, I've come up with these frameworks to help others and you sort of mentor next generation leaders. So perseverance is actually one of my 8 P's of happiness and success. So absolutely, perseverance is really, really key. I'll tell you guys the story that he was referring to is when I was trying to get into sales. And this was, I don't know, a couple of years into my career, and I had met a couple mentors of mine tell me, if you aspire to get into general management, you really need to go into sales. And if you look at all of the executives in the company, all of them have had sales experiences, and so if that's something you aspire to, you really need to go do that. Well, I can tell you that a second-generation Taiwanese American, trained musician, engineer, all that stuff, I didn't even know what sales was, okay? My parents to this day have no idea what it is, okay? So I had no idea, right? But I was listening to these people that I respected, that I valued, and so I started interviewing for sales roles. Well, I had no sales experience. I had no customer-facing experience. I had no team management experience. So what happened? I kept getting rejected. And with each rejection, of course I went through the phases of anger and denial and sadness. But what I realized was there was something to be learned in each of those rejections, if you will. And with each rejection, I really studied, okay, who got the job and what did they have that I didn't have? And that's something I couldn't beef, right? I mean, they had skills, experiences, perhaps. And so what I did over the period of 3 years was, with every rejection, I said, okay, I didn't have that experience. I need to go get that experience so that that barrier no longer exists when I interview again. And so I did that several times over. And ultimately, on my 6th try, I actually got into sales, right? And the irony of that experience is that now, 32 years later, I've actually spent over 50% of my career in B2B sales. And if you were to speak with people who have worked with me of late, that's actually how they would know me, is as a sales leader, right? Which is, I would say, somewhat unconventional for Asian corporate professionals, right, to become sales leaders. There's just not a lot of us out there. And to your comment about politics, look, politics are just a fact of life. And I think, my perspective on politics really came from this one class that I took in business school at Cornell. Any Cornellians out there? No Big Red? Big Red, Big Red. Big Red, okay, all right. Okay, well, all right, my one soul. I'm a parent of Big Red. Okay, parent Big Red, that's good. That's good, that's awesome. That means your money's at Big Red too. Thank you, thank you, we appreciate it. We appreciate that. We appreciate that support. So there was this class that I took in B school that was called Power and Organizational Influences. Got an A+. Okay, so my mother would be very proud of that. But what it taught me was that all politics are organizational dynamics. And when you get people together, whether it's 2 people, 200, 2,000, 200,000, 2 million, there will always be dynamics between people. So politics can be good, or they can be bad, or they can be neutral, just like bias, right? And so politics are just a fact of life. And so the way I approached it was that it was, again, another puzzle to be solved, another dynamic needed to be managed. And that's how I worked it, right? To some degree of success, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're running out of time. So, and I've only gotten to ask you one question, really. So I'm going to ask for some shorter answers if I could. Just because the time, John, you wanted us to end at
cool.
2:30 or 2:40, okay?
You could just skip to the last question if you wanted to.
No, the last
know.
question was, do you have anything to add after this? But
and in closing, I would like to say,
let me ask you a more serious question.
Okay.
Not more serious, but another serious question.
Okay.
At lunch, the women at my table were talking about their fear as an Asian female in New York City. Anti-Asian hate, which increased 200% in New York City and 338% in the country as a whole in the last couple of years, has now seemed to be focused on Asian women.
Yep.
And it was focused on Asian seniors. It still is to a degree, but now mainly Asian women. How do you think the U.S. corporate world should be responding, and how can the business world help dealing with anti-Asian hate?
Yeah, thank you for asking this, because this is a very, very important question, and it's a very, very important moment that we need to learn from and move forward from. So first of all, I want to say that I'm completely outraged at what is happening. It's actually hard for me to contain my emotion on this topic. I wrote a piece for Fortune back at the end of April about this exact topic. So it's very top of mind for me. So what each of us as leaders must do, whether we're in the public sector, private sector, or nonprofit sector, or otherwise, is that we have an obligation to create an environment of safety for our people, okay? And that is both physical safety as well as psychological safety. And I think we are at a momentous time in our history because we get, right, what 9/11 did was raise consciousness about physical safety, right? We now have different barriers, different things in terms of how we travel, in terms of processes and procedures. But the understanding, appreciation for, and empathy for, and compassion for psychological safety is still not fully understood, right? As an Asian female myself, I will tell you, and I wrote this in that Fortune article, that I will not ride the New York subway again. For a tri-state area girl, that's a pretty significant statement.
Who also does boxing as well.
Yeah. But I won't, right? I won't. And it makes me sad to say that, but the reality is because of perceptions about Asian women, about being weak and not fighting back and being demure and quiet and whatnot, that adds to how easy of a target we are, right? And so I feel that the responsibility of business leaders and leaders of all kinds is that, one, we need to seek to learn about the emotional toll and the psychological toll that this is taking on people's mental health, right, first and foremost. I think we also owe our teams whatever it is that we can do to provide support for them. So let's talk on the physical safety side. Are there buddy systems for commuting that are established that are not just for the Asian community or Asian women, but for all of your team members, if you will, right? Let's use this moment to make sure that all of our employees and our team members are safe, right? Are there sufficient support mechanisms if someone is going through a personal crisis and needs to talk to somebody, right? Do you have support for them in this source of a hotline 7x24 so that they know that they can be supported in a very private, but yet very personal way, right? So I feel that business leaders have to look at what resources that they can provide, but if they don't fully quite understand the depth of the issue and the depth of the impact, that's where they got to start, right? They got to get groups of their team members together to just have this conversation of what's it mean, for you to be an Asian female now. How do you feel about this, right? What are the things that we can do to support you? And that's where I think every bit of progress begins, is in a conversation.
What about business pressuring elected officials?
Business pressuring elected officials?
If you were in New York and you were a CEO here, would you be calling the mayor up or the governor and saying, hey, listen, you've got to do something. My employees are scared. Should business leaders be doing that in New York or anywhere in the country?
Yeah. Well, look, I have always taken a very collaborative approach to every imperative initiative and aspect of business. And so I believe that when the public and private sector collaborate, great things can happen. Right? I mean, we can look at, one of the things that AT&T is, we are the sole provider of FirstNet, which is all about providing support to our first responders, which came directly out of the 9/11 Commission, right? And so this collaboration we have with the federal government around the services we provide for first responders is transforming, right, the way that we are being protected, right? Whether it's our police, our fire, our military.
And that is where the first responders have first access to the use of wireless calls.
Right, exactly, right? So they have dedicated service, specifically for them, their kind of own highway. And so I believe that there is lots of collaboration opportunity, for us now as we take a lot of the learnings post-COVID. We're working to close the digital divide, right? One of the things that we've learned and has been talked about already in this forum is that how COVID widens many gaps that already existed, right? Whether it's education, income, or health oriented in our communities were more greatly impacted by that. So I believe that collaboration is the answer, right? I don't know that I would use the word pressure personally, right? I think that collaboration is always a better answer.
Okay. It probably would have more success too than my attitude of pressuring people. But when in the Congress, there are three caucuses I'm aware of that I spoke to. They are the Black Caucus, the Asian Caucus, and the Latino Caucus, and or Latinx Caucus. And they didn't speak to each other very much. They didn't cooperate until Donald Trump was elected. After Donald Trump was elected, they suddenly realized they needed allyship. They should have spoken to you, John, earlier. But so they began to unite after that. In terms of allyship within the corporate world, within the business world, and disagree or correct me if I'm wrong here, if you don't agree with what I'm going to say here, but to me as a reporter, when I look at the allyship in the corporate world, I see it even among journalists, that many African Americans and Latino Americans and Native Americans, we all helped each other because we face similar problems and we realize that we can help each other. In the corporate world, I see also, and also in journalism, there's, as well as allyship, there's competition. At the community level, what I see between the communities is predominantly racism toward each other, of every community toward each other, toward every other community, and a lot of misunderstanding, hate, and really no knowledge of each other, nor a desire for knowledge. As a corporate CEO, how would you deal? You notice how I start with the easy question and we went a little harder and harder. How would you deal with the allyship and the corporate level versus what you would do on the community level from a business point of view, not as an elected official? That's my next question, whether you're going to run for office. But anyway.
The answer, I'll take that one first, sir,
Sure.
and the answer would be no.
Okay.
Super easy.
That's
Okay.
too bad. I think you'd make a good elected official.
I have been told that.
Do you
but the
guys
answer
think
is
she'd make a good elected official? Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, see, now I forgot the question. So, no, okay. Okay, so first of all, in terms of collaboration and allyship across the communities,
Corporate level and
community level.
Street level.
And
yeah,
street
community
level. Community level.
right.
Okay, so at the corporate level, there is no question that allyship is key, all right? From an AT&T standpoint, I'll give you a couple of examples, and I'll tell you one thing that I specifically did to emulate and actually take action around it. So we have over 24 employee groups, right? And for the longest time, each of these employee groups, whether they were focused on Gen Y or the Asian community, the Filipino community, the Black community, Latin community, the veterans, whatnot, they would go do their own thing and say, hey, they'd have their own banquet, they'd ask for the same set of executives to come speak and sponsor, have their own mentoring programs, their own fundraising programs for the community and whatnot. What we did in terms of coalition building at AT&T was we pulled them all together and we said the company will sponsor and support one national conference for all employee groups. We'll help subsidize that. And it has become one of the hallmark weekends of the company every single year. Right? We've been doing it now for over 10 years. It's been over a decade since we pulled all of them together to say we need to work together. We're all interested in very similar topics, right? Access to leaders, the ability to contribute, development programs and whatnot. And so we'll work together to create a format and a forum where everyone's coming together as opposed to saying, no, I want you in Denver, no, I want you in Boston, I want you in New York, and it's the same set of people and resources they're tapping into. Okay, so that's one example.
And it's popular among the AT&T employees?
It sells out, right? So I mean, employees have to, it's on their own time and on their own dime, and it sells out. It's the hottest ticket in the company. Last time it sold out, before we went virtual, of course, because virtual, sold out in 14 minutes. It is the hottest ticket, in town to come to this national conference. One example that I implemented, and I feel I'm really, really proud of this. This is one of my greatest legacies as I wind down here with AT&T is I noticed the silos between the women of color. Okay, so I long admired the strength of my Black women colleagues and the strength of the Black sisterhood. Same thing in terms of the Latina sisterhood, and then of course I as part of the Asian women community. But I felt like there was an opportunity to pull everybody together. So something that I worked with our company's leadership team to do so. And we developed our own very specific women of color program and initiative and support structure and have run hundreds of women and their supervisors through it, addressing topics like emotional tax, how do you become a better mentor and supporter for women of color? And there were very many commonalities across those communities. So it absolutely can be and needs to be done without sacrificing the uniqueness of each of the individual communities, right? I think that's one of the dangers that we always have to be mindful of is creating new silos when we forego other ones, right? Okay. Now at the ground level, to your question and comment and your observation about competition or bias or what did you say?
Flat out racism and hate.
Flat out racism, okay.
And you can disagree with my interpretation
Yeah.
if you do. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. So what I disagree with is the generalization that you're making. Okay. So I do not like to deal in absolutes because I don't believe there are any. Right. I don't think that we can say always or never, or this is our observation about this community as a whole, right, at the ground level. So I disagree with that. What I do agree with is that, and this is part of actually a book that I co-authored, is that we all have bias. To be human is to have bias. We have conscious bias and we have unconscious bias, okay? And part of the opportunity of where we are at this moment in time to move forward together is an opportunity to more deeply understand the biases that we have, right? That are in fact driving our behaviors and our words and our actions, right? But we have to start with ourselves here before we can expect any of the others around us, to move forward, right? And this ties to my earlier point about humility, right, and about collaboration. Each of us have biases that were shaped by our upbringing, where we come from, the media we consume, the people we hang out with, right? And these biases are always in evolution, and it's a totally normal thing. It's neuroscience, right? It's just what our brain does. But knowing that this is what it means to be human is to have bias, we have to work harder at dissecting that, right? And this ties to an earlier point that I made to you, Tiwa, which is I try not to assume malicious intent, because if you assume malintent, you then go at it with a position of defense and attack, as opposed to, you know what, maybe this person is calling me Oriental because they actually don't know that word went out in the 90s or why, right? Okay, this has happened, all right? Maybe this person is asking me where I'm really, really from and where I'm really, really from, because they don't realize that by asking that question, it implies that I don't belong here. Right? So I take that moment and then I take them through this ringer of where are you really, really from? And then I say, well, oh, you mean my ethnicity, right? That's what you really meant, right? I take that moment as an educational moment, as opposed to thinking that person actually intended to be racist, right, or offensive. And I really believe that change can happen one person, one conversation at a time, because it has throughout all of history. So I don't subscribe to that, right? I don't think I think we are better than that. In fact, I know we are better than that. But it takes a moment, it takes a pause, it takes an ability for us to introspectively examine ourselves and really open our minds and our hearts to others so that we can actually learn from each other and come together. And isn't that what allyship is all about?
How would you do that at the community level, in a business? And should business do that?
What do you mean? Should business do that?
Well, you're talking about allyship,
Yeah.
and you're talking about learning to deal with biases.
Yeah.
How should a business do that for the community level, or only within its organization, within the company, or should it expand that to the community?
Well, I think it all gets to the mission of what a particular business is all about, right? I mean, if you have a business that's focused on coalition building, then it becomes part of their mission, right? If you have a business that's focused on delivering food to the community, is it part of their mission to go and extend to do that? And so I think it largely depends, right? I mean, I feel that every organization has an obligation to its employees, of course, right? Its customers, of course, and the communities in which you live, work, and play. Now, how that commitment manifests itself comes in many different ways, right? And so, again, if I use AT&T as an example, our business is about connections, it's about connectivity, it's about enabling our communities with broadband connections, right? And so that happens to be our focus, right? So we are setting up all around the country community learning centers, right? Where those who don't have access to broadband can go and learn, right? And have access, right? And we also, there's an aspect of also supporting the youth, right, in these communities who require broadband services to learn.
Given that a lot of the anti-Asian hate, I believe, is a result of COVID and a result of Donald Trump doing the Kung Flu stuff, when the President of the United States says things like that, if China and the US, hopefully it'll become like the Yankees and the Boston Red Sox and just become competitors. But if it gets worse than that, this country has a history of internment. There are 24 million Asian Americans now, so it's hard to get rid of 24 million people. But I'm wondering whether corporations should be thinking about, and not just Asians, but all corporate leaders should be thinking about, what will we do in this situation if it happens? if you were, CEO in charge still, and this were to happen, do you have any ideas or thoughts of what you would do to deal with that, or would you deal with it at all?
Yeah, so I'm not going to hypothesize on that scenario of scenarios of scenarios. I want to tie, though, back, because I think what you're raising is a point about the market, right? The global marketplace. Okay. And I want to tie it back to something that you said in our prior repartee here. And that is, look, we all exist in a marketplace, in a community that's evolving, right? And those of us that are Americans, we are living within America, in an America that is changing very heavily in terms of demographics, right? It gets to this minority majority or majority minority, whichever way we're talking about it. So when you think about business, right, and of whatever kind, whether you're in tech or in retail or in financial services or otherwise, you are striving to serve a market, right? And it is incumbent upon you to determine and understand how that market is evolving, whether it's domestically or globally, right? And serving businesses of all shapes and sizes around the world, China is a really important market to many of my clients, right? And so what business leaders are compelled to do is ensure that they understand the dynamics of the markets that they're striving to serve, how that relates to the business, and how that relates to what is needed in terms of relationships, from a governmental perspective, right? To ensure, and this is why the Business Roundtable exists, right? The Business Roundtable is a group of CEOs from major companies all around the country, that provide insight and advice to the White House and others, right? I mean, they gather and they talk about where business needs to go and what this country needs and whatnot, right? And so again, this to me is more about collaboration between the public sector and the private sector. And I don't think that we can be naive in thinking that this is a binary, right? That any scenario would yield a binary outcome, right? I don't disagree with you that the environment of Asian hate has been catalyzed by divisive language and divisive behaviors. The only way out of that is to not do that and have more inclusive behaviors and inclusive actions and inclusive leadership across and within organizations, across sectors, and across communities. Again, leading to, that's what allyship is all about.
And allyship is good for business, and
Yes.
U.S.-China cooperation, economic cooperation would be good for business as well, I think. I've been told to wrap up, so you have to answer these very quickly, if you don't mind. Last two questions. How would you work this conference if you were working it here and not speaking? In other words, if you were one of the young people in this audience, how would you work this conference? What would you be doing during the breaks, et cetera? I just told you guys now I spent half my career in sales, so this won't be a surprise. I'd be working to meet some new people. I'd be consciously giving myself a metric. And at each break to meet X number of people. Oh,
right?
actually have a number.
Yeah, I would have a number in my head.
What number would you have here, you think?
Depends on the length of the break. So.
Okay, 15-minute breaks coming up.
At least 3, maybe 5.
3, 5. Whoa, okay.
All right, but the key thing though, Tiwa, is the follow-up, right? So the key thing is not just the swapping of LinkedIns here and the cards or whatever that you guys are doing, right, in the break. It's the, I really resonated with this person, right? We really hit it off. I'm gonna follow up with them in a week and just pop them a note and see, if they're interested in striking up a deeper conversation than a break can allow, and maybe we build a relationship from that, right?
Great. Last question. Is there anything you want to add I did not ask you?
You're awesome, man.
No. Wait. Before you go, Randall, if you don't mind. Honestly, that's I get the best answers from that question.
Yeah.
Honestly, if there's anything that I did not ask you think it's important for this group to know.
Yes, absolutely. So what I would say to all of you is this, is that you can be and do and create anything that you want as leaders, okay? Leadership is a choice. You do not need to wait for anybody to give you permission to lean in, to create allyship, to collaborate, to build relationships, and you need to go do it, right? You need to surround yourself with people that lift you up, people that you can learn from. And what I would say too, and this goes a little bit against sort of my Asian grain, is you gotta get uncomfortable. Because if you are too comfortable, whether it's in the personal dimensions of your life or the professional dimensions of your life, it means that you're not growing and you're not learning. So I would challenge you to get uncomfortable personally, learn about communities, learn about issues that maybe are unfamiliar to you, and keep growing, right? Keep growing and keep going. Okay?
You ready for 60 minutes now?
Because there was just wisdom all on this stage. Do your thing, do your thing. We can multitask. Give of your talent, time, and treasure. Collaboration is the answer. The beauty of diversity is no two of us are the same. Change can happen one person at a time. As leaders, we must seek to learn about the emotional toll and support we can provide for our teams. And got an A+ in organizational dynamics. And if I had to distill my takeaway from this last fireside chat with no fire, it would be, I wrote down visionary inclusive leadership for Ann Chow. That's what I wrote down for Ann Chow. Visionary inclusive leadership. And she punctuated that when she said leadership is a choice. I've never heard that before, but that will remain with me from this fireside chat. For one more round of applause for Ann Chow. We're gonna miss her. Please don't retire. Run for office. Don't go. Please don't go. All right. So we're transitioning now to the last panel discussion. Now, many panelists have mentioned bias and how bias is human, bias is natural, and that is actually absolutely the case. Somehow bias has gotten loaded to be negative, but bias is neither negative nor positive. I have a bias for this last panel because I'm moderating the panel. So I'm honest about my bias. I'm transparent about it. I'm living it. I'm trying to mitigate it, but it's there. And so I'm about to bring to the stage 3 visionary inclusive leaders for this last panel on building allyship as we close out today's activities. And this is an appropriate panel to close out the day, because not only do you have leaders representing some very important organizations to the ecosystem of New Majority Allyship, but each of them has something exciting that they want to share with you. Some initiative that is either being announced or is being shepherded or is growing in this overarching space of allyship and other related spaces. And so I invite you as we close out the day to sit at the edge of your seats as you begin to receive these panelists and hear from each of them for how they will be sharing with you what is exciting within their organizations. Now, I'm going to ask them to come forward as I announce their names and their organizational affiliations, and I'll set the stage for the panel as I transition over. First, I'd like to bring forward Ying McGuire, who is the CEO and the president of the National Minority Supplier Development Council. I'd like to bring forward Norman Chen, who is the CEO of the Asian American Foundation. My microphone, there we go. All right, so we're going to break this panel down into 3 segments. Segment 1 will be the opportunity for our panelists to introduce themselves and to share their exciting news, as I've termed it. I don't want to set the bar too high, but I think it's exciting. You'll hopefully join in with me. Second segment, we're going to look a bit retrospectively at what we've seen since 2020. We know 2020, and for that matter, 2021, and for that matter, 2022 have been watershed years in our lifetimes. We want to look retrospectively at what are some of the systemic challenges that we still need to be addressing. And then third, on the appropriate note that we should close on, I'll ask the panel to weigh in on what else do we need to be doing to be collaborating as the new majority. So I'll begin to my left, your right, with Norman for his opening remarks, to introduce himself and to also share some really exciting news. Norman, you're first up.
Thanks, Randall, and thank you, John, for inviting us here. I'm Norman Chen, the CEO of the Asian American Foundation. We're a new organization. We were founded last year after the killings in Atlanta, the Atlanta spa killings. So we've been around for, again, less than about a year. Our mission is to fight the hate, but also to build belonging and prosperity long-term for our community. We were founded by business people and community leaders who are very in touch with the corporate community. We focus on specific areas by working with government leaders, community-based leaders, cultural leaders, and nonprofit organizations, as well as other leaders in the community, really to bring our communities together, to fund great initiatives, and also to organize movements and impactful programs. Thank you.
But well done. You have an announcement to make, though, don't you, Norman?
Yes.
All right.
So
I guess I set you up for this. You got to take the baton.
So with regards to our announcement, we believe solidarity is extremely important. We also work in the areas of anti-hate and belonging, education, narrative change, but specifically for allyship, we believe it's time to organize a solidarity and belonging fund. As I'll talk to you later with our data, we're finding that across many communities of color, a real lack of a sense of belonging in America. And to help to address that, we're putting together a solidarity and belonging fund that we'll be announcing soon, working with leading foundations to pull together resources to support community-based organizations. They're really helping to bring together Black, Asian, Latino communities. Thank you.
Ying.
Well, thank you, Randall. Such an honor to share the stage with these amazing leaders. Good afternoon. Are you all awake? Good afternoon. Okay, you're awake. Well, first, let's get to know each other. I'm going to share with you, my journey and how I got to the stage today. And you're going to be here all day to listen to this story. And then I want to share with you the organization I joined about 10 months ago and how you can be a part of it. So in the wake of the Tiananmen Square incident, I packed my life into one suitcase, $1,000 in my pocket, very little English, you still can detect my accent here, and came to this country. The one thing I had held in my heart was the American dream. So I imagined what would later manifest as reality, higher education, an amazing career with the corporate America, Dell Technologies, recruiting me out of grad school when I had no experience, and an opportunity to become entrepreneur and representation in the government and the nonprofit boards, and even two beautiful children who are off my payroll officially last week. Unfortunately, the opportunities kind of helped me get here is not available for many systematically excluded communities of color, Black and Hispanic and Asian, Indian, Asian Pacific, and Native American. So my renewed American dream is to help this community to realize their American dream through economic empowerment, so through what I'm doing today. So I'm with nonprofit after 20 years in high tech. So if you have not, how many of you have heard of National Minority Supply Development Council? Raise your hands. It's only 10%. I'm here, you're here for a treat. I'm gonna tell you who we are, what we do, okay? So NMSDC, we call it short, it's actually based here in New York. And it was created in 1972 to address the racial issue as a part of President Nixon's executive order. And our mission, eventually we evolved into a membership organization from federal charter. So we're funded by 1,500 corporate members. So almost all Fortune 1000 companies, they're corporate members. At the luncheon, I met a few of you from Bank of America and New York Life, et cetera. Thank you for your support. And so we certify minority-owned businesses like you, and we develop them, and we connect them with corporate America government agencies for procurement opportunities. And then we advocate for them on the Hill and with the state local government agencies through our 23 affiliate councils across the United States, and we have 5 international affiliates. And so a few weeks ago, we released our 2021 Minority Business Economic Impact Study, and I'm going to share with you a few numbers, and I told you you're going to be here all day if you're listening to me. It reports over $396 billion annual economic output from NMSDC certified MBEs, and generate about 122 billion wages in US and 1.75 million jobs. The question is, have we done enough to close the racial wealth gap? Then why the white household is still 8 times wealthier than the black household and 5 times wealthier than the Hispanic households? And so we said it cannot take another 50 years to cover the same distance. We need to accelerate our progress in order to close the racial wealth gap, which increased by 70% since the start of the pandemic. So we said, let's get to $1 trillion. So that's our new goal. So my announcement here is I want you all to join the journey to $1 trillion in MBE revenue annually. As a corporate member, do business with MBEs. And as an MBE, I met Dottie Lee from Trans-Pacific Communication during the lunch. MBE like you, join us, get certified with us to be part of this $1 trillion journey. And thank you so much for the opportunity to have me here today.
EJ.
Thank you, Randall. Hello, everyone. We're almost at the final stretch. I'm excited to be here today. Again, my name's EJ Dickerson. I am a director at PwC, but I am also the strategy and operations leader for CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion. I've been in this role, I've been with PwC for over 18 years, but I've been in this role just since January and was so excited about this opportunity. So just to give you a little bit of background about CEO Action. CEO Action was founded in 2017. Tim Ryan, PwC's US chairman, was just appointed chairman in 2017. And if you think back to that time frame, that was on the heels of some police shootings of unarmed black men in this country. So Tim was called to action, right, by a lot of our staff at PwC. And he started to think about what is the CEO's role as it relates to making an impact around racial and social justice. So he started to talk to other CEOs when he traveled the country. He started to talk to some of our peers, some of our clients, and colleagues in the corporate world. And he started to ask them questions. What is the CEO's role? He took this very seriously. So he got 9 CEOs together in a room and talked about this. And out of that conversation came CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion. And CEO Action, the belief is that this is not a competitive space, that the power is in collaboration. And through collaboration, we can make a lasting impact. So fast forward to 2020, it was another pivotal moment. In 2020, we experienced a racial awakening. We experienced, unfortunately, the murder of George Floyd. And it started to shift perspectives and mindsets and get people really thinking about racial and social justice in this country. So in addition to CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion, we started CEO Action for Racial Equity. CEO Action for Racial Equity formed in the fall of 2020, and it's a first of its kind fellowship where we invite our signatory organizations to drive policy change and to drive policy change at the federal, state, and local level. We bring together our signatory organizations who want to give fellows to do this, to make a lasting impact. So that's 2020. Fast forward to 2022. We've now grown to over 2,200 signatories. Over 2,200 CEOs have now signed this pledge. That says something. You know, when you think about this country, it's interesting because corporate America has now become trusted institutions around driving racial and social impact. And we rose to that challenge, right? And now that we're over 2,200 signatories, we're looking for different ways and opportunities to be able to provide resources to bring those signatories together in meaningful ways to drive impact. And the announcement that I wanted to make was I'm very excited. John Wang actually came, thank you for this, this was a great idea. As one of our signatories came to the coalition and said, we need to do something around allyship. So within CEO Action, part of what we do is, we're here for our signatories, right? So we have signatory-led communities. And we ask that our signatories bring to us ideas. We can't come up with everything, right? So this idea of allyship, we are launching in collaboration with John Wang in the group here. We are launching a signatory-led community focused on allyship. So more to come around that. There are some of our signatories here today. We are really hoping that you engage in the allyship, what we call it SLC, signatory-led community. And if you aren't a signatory yet and you're interested in getting your CEO to engage, there's opportunity there. There's no financial commitment. There are 4 pledges that we ask that your CEO commits to. And we work with you and have resources available to you to be able to drive those commitments.
I told you I had a bias. Now you see why I had a bias. We have lots of exciting news, $1 trillion, an allyship, a new fund that has been announced here. And this is an exciting time. It's also a challenging time, but in the midst of the challenge is opportunity. And these organizations are really leading the way. I want to pivot now to part 2 of our conversation. We often talk about the 4 dimensions of racism. Some would term them personal, interpersonal, institutional, and systemic. Personal reflecting one's beliefs. Interpersonal reflecting one's behaviors. Those are usually the things people think about when we think about racism, or barriers for that matter. What is often ignored are the institutional and the systemic racism, or institutional and systemic barriers. Institutional reflecting organizational culture, norms, standards, how we do business, where we don't do business, where we don't recruit. And then systemic, those barriers that exist across multiple institutions, like redlining with banks, or public policies that lead to disproportionate sentencing. I'd love for anyone who wants to lead, as we look back to 2020, which you referenced 2020, and all of what we've seen with the corporate investments and corporate commitments and the supposed progress we've made or perhaps have not made, what institutional and systemic barriers do you still see existing that we should be focusing on today? Anyone can weigh in.
I guess I'll take the lead, and I think if T1's here, he's going to say I'm loud, noisy, he said, right? We focus on procurement economy. We focus on how much spend from the private sector and the public sector went to minority-owned businesses. When we become new majority, we call the systematically excluded communities of color. So if you look at the systematic issue, I'm going to give you some data before I talk about it. For the very first time, federal government, SBA, published disaggregate data for federal procurement and by race, by ethnicity for the first time. I want to applaud Administrator Guzman who have the courage to do that. And it showed only 1.67% of $559 billion for small businesses went to Black. 1.75% went to Hispanic. 1.55, you cannot, I like a math, right? 1.5 went to Asian Indian, and 1.2% went to Asian Pacific. So think about that. You talk about systematic barrier. So the systematic barriers that we're trying to overcome through policy and through economic development activity is access to contracts. Access to contracts is sustainability. The next thing is access to capital, which is the bridge. And many of you came from the financial institutions. And then there's other barriers like access to relationship and information, technology transfer. And so the data showing that systematic barriers, we don't have access. So we must work with, the federal government, state, local government, our corporations to work through these barriers. So that's something I want to share with you. And all of you, what we know, we know we can make the change, right? All of you hold a key to eliminate or to reduce systematic barrier. I had a lunch with a few of you, and one person was with New York Life and vice president of marketing. Like when you buy media and when you buy printing services, when you buy paper and pencil, biopharm systematically exclude community colors. So all of you can make a difference to eliminate that barriers.
Excellent. Who else would like to weigh in?
Yeah, so earlier today we heard the discussion about the causes for the hate crimes. And so prior to my joining TAF, I was the co-founder of a very small nonprofit called Launch, Leading Asian Americans to Unite for Change. And we looked at the research about hate crimes, and you realize that hate crimes over history start with stereotypes and misperceptions of a community. When you see a community as other, as different, as a threat, you have stereotypes about them, and then during times of crisis, these stereotypes become scapegoating, which then leads to violence. We've seen this with the Jewish community during World War II. We've seen this with the Tutsis in Rwanda. We've seen it also with the Armenians in the early part of the century. So that's what's happening to the AAPI community now. We've been seen for centuries as outsiders, as threats to America. And now we've seen it in the language by politicians and by related to COVID, the China virus, Kung flu. Well, that's led to stereotypes. Our data this year shows in our survey that more Americans believe that Asian Americans are somewhat responsible for COVID than last year. So even though COVID is waning, more people think Asian Americans are to blame for COVID. Also, more people think that Asian Americans are more loyal to our perceived country of origin, i.e. in Asia, than to the US, i.e. that we're disloyal to the US. So even though we have a new administration and COVID has come down, hate crimes against Asian Americans has gone up. And so the cause behind that is the underlying systemic racism against our community, seeing us as threats, as foreigners, as non-American. And so if we really want to address these issues, we need to go to the core of these perceptions, these stereotypes in the media, in how we're being represented in Hollywood, to change the perception so that we can be seen as more American, not as threats. And what we've also found in our data is that we asked the question, how much do you, these are over 5,000 people around the country, how much do you truly believe you belong in America? We asked this of all racial groups. The racial group that least likely feel that we truly belong, again, are Asian Americans. But the second group are Black Americans, very, very similar levels. Only about 30% of Black Americans and Asian Americans truly believe that we belong and are accepted in America. Latinos are not far behind. So the issue of belonging and acceptance applies to all communities of color, and it really is another area that we need to work on, and therefore really cause for action for allyship, as we're talking about here today. So these are issues that are reflected in our history, in the underlying perceptions of Asian Americans that have led to this systemic racism.
I want to add to what you just said, Norman, around people's perceptions. And I think one of the engines that really add fuel to the fire right now that we don't focus on so much is social media. And when you think about the confirmation bias, social media fuels that. The Google search engine fuels that, right? Because you get ads, you get links, everything is based on, sometimes I think it hears me having conversations in my house. It's a little scary because I get an ad about, a cheeseburger, and I was honestly just thinking about a cheeseburger. But all of that to say, social media is a blessing and a curse. And, that's people too controlling that. So it's people putting their opinions, their thoughts, their beliefs onto platforms that sometimes is based off of absolutely nothing, and it's fueling people's perceptions of certain groups. And social media to me is so much, I don't want to say more powerful than television, but it is. When you look at the generation, the next generation, you know, my niece, my nephews, they don't look at television. They go to social media for everything. So we cannot underestimate the power of social media.
Great commentary. I mean, so you've talked about systematically excluded communities and the importance of procurement and government procurement, corporate procurement as a remedy or a way. And this audience can play a role in that regard. Norman, you've talked about what I would call this othering and how that can lead to stereotypes, how those stereotypes can produce hate, and how we've got to really challenge how we contextualize how we're represented. That when we say things like Kung Flu, that has implications for real people and real behaviors that can cause real harm. EJ, your comments about social media, and I would encourage those who haven't seen the Social Dilemma. You've seen that.
Yes.
I mean, I went right there when you said social media. We're there. If you haven't seen the Social Dilemma, add that to your streaming video bucket list, but put it at the front of the list, not the end.
It's scary.
It is scary, but I made my children watch it.
Yeah.
Because I wanted them to be aware of this phenomenon of living in this echo chamber. So before I pivot to solutions, I do want you all to weigh in on what has been a clearly recurring theme throughout the day, which is that we do tend to find ourselves around people like us. And that's not necessarily wrong. It's a natural human proclivity, but the problem is when you're less likely to be around people who are not like you. So before we talk solutions, could you both, or all three of you rather, weigh in on, as you've talked about these systematic issues, how and what can folks in this audience do, or what have you done in your individual walks to be the bridges that John and others have talked about? So please, anyone weigh in on how to be the bridge to communities not of the like-minded?
That's a great question. So I'm going to talk about NMSDC first. So NMSDC is an organization that created that bridge, you know. So I'm the first AAPI CEO, and I walked into an organization that has 90% that national office Black American. But they embraced me as the first AAPI CEO. And so this organization, we include Black American, Hispanic American, Asian Pacific, Asian Indian, and Native American, all as a group that we need to work with each other, lift each other up. And, you know, we talked about in our prep call, you know, if you go alone, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. So the NMSDC is really a good example of how we are just really, it's allyship, working together to lift each other up. And I was reflecting what Ann Chow said earlier. It's like, you know, not two people are the same. So the key at the individual level is to reach out to understand other people's perspective, right? And so if we do that at the individual level, you'll come to a mutual understanding. At the end of the day, you know, what we're doing at NMSDC to lift the community of color, communities of color, we tell the mainstream society it actually benefit the whole country, because think about it, 40% of population, if they don't have equal opportunity to participate in the economy, and when we become new majority, if they don't have the equal opportunity to participate in the economy, guess what? How you can compete with China, 1.6 billion people? How are you going to compete with India, 1 billion people? So the message is, Ann said, collaborative. It's good for everybody. Growth for us. It's a growth for all. So that's kind of your approach and message we need to use in order to eliminate barrier and build the collaboration allyship.
I love it. I love it. Others?
I'm going to answer it more on a personal level. So I thought about what Ann said as well around not assuming malicious intent. And from a personal perspective, depending on, honestly, how I wear my hair on any given day, people don't know how I self-identify. So I identify as a Black female. I've been in rooms throughout my life and throughout my career where people assumed that I identified as a white woman.
That's deep.
Yeah. So I heard things that people probably would not have said had they known how I self-identified. So when you talk about building bridges, I use those opportunities throughout my life to educate and to help build an understanding. I've been on the receiving end of so many microaggressions my entire life, from as long as I can remember. And as long as I can remember, when I didn't even know what diversity, equity, and inclusion was, when I didn't even know that this existed, when I had that innocence of youth, I used it as an opportunity to genuinely educate others and help people understand and develop a deeper level of empathy, right? And again, at different stages in my life, hindsight's 20/20, I didn't think of it as clearly as I do now. I just know the actions that I took at that time. So when you talk about actions to bring people together, I just want to reiterate, don't assume malicious intent. And when you hear something that doesn't feel right, doesn't sound right, stand up and make your voice heard.
Yeah, the study that I mentioned earlier is called the Status Index, and there we actually ask a question, where do you get most of your information from about Asian Americans? And it turns out certain groups, racial groups, actually don't get most of their information by people they know. They get it from the media. And so the media is incredibly powerful, social media, traditional media, news media, but it also points that there's not enough interaction amongst interracial groups or communities of color. Right? And that's really the opportunity for greater allyship, to build these relationships. And so we're looking at two ways with our fund. One is at the adult level, to bring together adults of different color backgrounds to work together on issues, to champion for issues together. Right? Nothing builds solidarity than fighting for a cause together. All right? And so that we believe is really, really powerful. It can be a policy, it can be a new community initiative, something to bring together Black, Latino, Asian adults to work on areas of common interest. That is a powerful way to build relationships and bond. The second area we believe is actually at the younger age. Plant the seeds with youth, Asian American, Black, Latino youth. How many opportunities are there for these youth of different backgrounds to spend time together to build relationships, to actually build friendships so that we can address community issues later? So we want to support organizations here in New York City that promote youth activities between the Black, Latino, and Asian communities. We think a little bit of money will go a long way to plant the seeds, again, for friendship, and relationship building, and allyship for the long term.
Excellent responses. And that was a serendipitous question we hadn't prepared for. You all did wonderfully. Yang, I loved your painting this picture, not only of going fast together, but also this imagery you painted of being the first API CEO for NMSDC, embraced by your Black colleagues. And as an NMSDC proud certified MBE, I'm proud to see you in this role as a leader of the organization. EJ, this not assuming malicious intent and educating others in the moments that matter, those which can be fleeting moments, which we can often allow to pass, to say, oh, it's not worth stirring things up, but those are the moments that really can make a difference. And I'm channeling you in that moment. And Norman, I love your 2 points about planting seeds with youth, and I'm going to quote you: "Nothing builds solidarity than fighting for a cause together." And I would echo that. So I'm going to now pivot to solutions, and I want to tee it up by actually answering my own question in some way, shape, or form, and then asking you all to weigh in on how can we do a better job of collaborating. So I believe one of the things that we need more of are these formal, structured spaces where we're interacting and collaborating. Like John has created a formal space for us to come together across difference. And once again, give John a round of applause for creating that space. For creating the space. The man with the master plan. So you all may be aware that in 1990, The journalists of color tried to do exactly that. The journalists of color came together in 1990, the Asian American Journalists Association, the National Association of Black Journalists, the Native American Journalists Association, and the National Association of Hispanic Journalists all came together under one umbrella called Unity. They abandoned their national conferences every 4 years and did one conference together. And they did it the presidential election year, which makes sense, because the journalist community is, of course, all eyes on the election during those years. But let me read you an excerpt from an article entitled The Death of Unity, which is both symbolic and metaphoric, because that attempt to collaborate failed by conventional standards of what. So one of the founders of that was Paul Delaney. Here's what Paul wrote in this article. He says, "Great ideas do not always gel. Unity beat the skeptics by surviving as long as it did till, I think, 2018. But as hard as we tried, the cultural differences were too deep to overcome. Misunderstanding and distrust were ever present. Along with others, I had problems with the setup of the quadrennial conventions. The meetings often operated like 4 separate meetings under one roof. We admiringly passed each other in the corridors. We were courteous and friendly toward each other. We had multiple receptions and events, but still we never quite achieved the unity I expected." Now, I don't disparage unity, because I think it was the right thing to do, just like this was the right thing to do. And it pushed the envelope on collaboration. Even if it didn't fail, there were lessons learned. So if I'm offering up an example called The Death of Unity, that's a powerful title to an article, I want to inspire this audience with what are ways we can think about finding solidarity in unity. And so I'll open the floor again for you all to weigh in. What have you seen, or what are you doing that can be an example for us as we close out today of how to find the desperate solidarity that we need more of?
Excuse me. You know, I would say, I want to start out by saying this, because I think about the terms diversity, inclusion, and belonging, right? And I want to do this because I think it lends to what you said. When I think about diversity, and this wasn't something that I came up with, I got it from someone else, nothing is ever new. But diversity is being asked to the dance, being invited. Inclusion is being asked to dance. And belonging is having your favorite song played, right? So when I think about building that unity, I think about that belonging piece and bringing together people in a way where everyone feels like their favorite music is playing, right? In a genuine way. And it's through the power of a lot of these organizations that are focused on, whether it's Black, Latinx, Asian American, bringing them together collectively in a meaningful way where all of these different groups feel like their favorite music is being played.
I don't think I matched that, how poetic that is. So, so thank you for that. You know, I'm really hopeful, ultimately, despite all the challenges we face, in terms of the future. And I look at it generationally. You know, my parents' generation came over from China, and they still largely socialize with people who speak Chinese, similar kind of ethnic backgrounds. I'm sure people would resonate with that. In my generation, we actually have a much greater mix, right? And we are seeing that kind of diversity in our generation. But still, a lot of my friends are Asian American. For my kids' generation, my goodness, the last thing they'll tell me about the kid they bring home is what their background is or what color their skin is. They are really, really open and integrated with other members of their community. And so I think just from a society point of view, because we are the new majority, we are moving demographically in the right direction. And so instead of people coming from different perspectives and trying to find these fleeting areas of overlap, we are coming from many of the same backgrounds and experiences. And so I feel that we have much more in common, much more of a shared vision. I just feel like we need to continue to build opportunities for these organizations to work together. We work with 70 corporate partners in the Asian American Foundation, and so we have the opportunity to work with our partners to talk to them about their initiatives in DEI and see how we can support them, how we can share best practices. Belonging is critical in the community, but also very important in businesses, right? There is data that clearly shows when employees feel like they truly belong, they're hearing their music, they are much more productive for the company. So it's a win-win for sure. And so how can we bring together these different types of people in corporate setting, in societal setting, young and old? There are tremendous opportunities. But right now, because our communities of color are so busy addressing the issues in the Black community, in the Latino community, and the Asian community, who has the bandwidth to actually try to build these types of channels of collaboration? And again, John deserves a huge amount of credit for not doing this just this year or last year, but we're doing this for many, many years to really have the vision and the foresight to say, this is part of this, a key part of the solution, and this is what we need to be working on. So hopefully with more resources, more awareness, we can actually bring these different groups together now and really have meaningful, win-win, mutually beneficial engagements. And so I'm very optimistic. Thank you.
So because I spoke first, I want to make sure you all go before I do. That's the sign of collaboration. My kids, just like your kids, when I ask, they're biracial. So when I ask them, people ask them, what are you? They're like, well, we're 50% Chinese, 50% Irish, we're 100% American. So they're like 200% basically, right? And I came from China and I went to Thunderbird. It's a school of global management. And each semester we only had 150 students for graduate study. But we came from 100 countries. And so we learned to coexist. We learned to find, if you look hard enough, you find more commonalities than differences as human. So then you unite on the commonalities and you work out the differences. So I live in Austin, Texas, right? Who's Longhorn here? Went to UT of Austin? No one? Okay, you need to go there for PhD grad school. It's a fun test. So I've been there for 20 years. And when I arrived in Austin, we had 2 Asian chambers. I said, holy cow, it's a small town to have 2 Asian chambers. So what is going on? Took us 10 years to work out the personality differences and merge 2 chambers into one. Guess what happened? We became more powerful, more united, louder voice. And then the next thing we did, we said, let's reach out to the Black chamber, Hispanic chamber, young chamber, LGBTQ chamber. And today we have an umbrella organization called a MECA, Multi-Ethnic Chamber of Commerce. And we together work with the city for funding, for advocacy work, for job fair, and our influence collectively is much, much greater than us work as individually. So there's like a real example. It is about looking for commonality, unite around the commonality, and work out differences. Just 3 weeks ago, Randall, you were part of it, we launched the inaugural Minority Business Economic Forum, and we brought together, Black American, Hispanic, and Asian Indian, Asian Pacific, and Native American all together. And then we brought together leaders in policies, in community, in academic world, in business, really come together to calibrate the minority business narrative in America's economy, because we believe when we work together, we're stronger. And thank you, John, for providing this forum to give us the opportunity. And it's really start from you, So I'm gonna take a responsibility. I'm gonna, meet with Norman for coffee later, really figure out how we can practically collaborate. And I already talked to you, next time I come to DC, we're gonna do lunch together and to figure out, how we can work together. And so it really starts from you. I really ask you to, figure out what are the actions you are gonna take after you walk out of here to really reach across and to someone you never got along, but it's very important to the community, to your life, and have that crucial conversation and build allyship through commonalities, okay? Thank you so much.
Awesome, awesome. So this is the last panel. I'll give each of you a final word that you'd like to leave as parting advice, parting reflections, parting words for this esteemed audience. We'll start with Norman, and we'll work our way across. Norman.
You know, oftentimes when we speak, people ask, what can I do? You know, I'm fired up, I want to get engaged, what can I do? And I usually summarize in 3 ways. Educate, activate, and elevate. So first of all, there's so much to learn in any one of our communities, let alone all of our communities. And so number 1 is educate. Learn more about your community, learn more about the history, learn more about other communities of color, so you can see how the shared experiences exist and how we can work together. And there are several books that we can recommend to you about Asian American history. I find it fascinating. Unfortunately, when I was going to school, we didn't have Asian American history classes like some kids do now. And so there's so much that I'm still learning about our community, let alone the Black community or Latino community. Number 2 is in terms of activate. Everyone, to Ying's point, has something to give here, right? It's the classic time, treasure, talent. You know, what do you want to do to really, really help our communities? So think about, do you have unique skills? Do you have unique networks? Are you good at social media? Are you good at website development? Are you good at networking? Are you good at fundraising? You know, or do you have financial resources to support communities, right? Or do you want to volunteer and spend time in these organizations? If you're really serious about it, there's some way that you can provide that's unique to you and unique to your skill set. Thirdly, then, elevate is through your skills, through your passion, through your knowledge, then raise up not only your community but other communities. Actually have an impact. And that's what we're all trying to do. The reason we do what we do is to really try to give back to our communities, to build a better future for our children. And so I invite you to work together with us on elevating not just our community, but all communities. Thank you.
That's great. Well, I want to say the National Minority Supply Development Council is here for you, whether you're a corporate member. I already met a few of you already corporate members. Take every opportunity to buy from the underserved community, to lift them up. And if you're a business owner, come check us out. You know, we're not that scary. We're, you know, on the 6th Avenue. Certify with us. So allow us to give you opportunity to meet other MBs, to do business with each other. Allow us to give you opportunity to network with the corporate members, to do business with them. And also give back. You know, Ann Chow talked about one of the 3 things that she treasures as a leader is you give back. So we run 80% of our resources are volunteers. And so if you want to volunteer, give back, you know, reach out to us. We would love to work with you, collaborate with you, and to lift the underserved communities, the systematically excluded community of color, and to, because growth for us is growth for all, and I really appreciate the time to network with you after this. Thank you so much. And one thing I suggest as a closure is we should do a group selfie, and with them in the background, okay? So we'll close with that, okay?
I love it. I mentioned earlier that in 2020, there was a racial and social awakening. And Americans, whether it's human nature, we have short attention spans. And it's kind of fizzling out a little bit. You don't see it on social media as much. The hashtags aren't there. It's not on the news as much. What I want to challenge everyone to do is stay focused, stay vigilant, and stay true to what's important to you, because there's still a lot more work to do. And again, there's a power in doing it together.
All right. So to close out this panel and then close out the day, we've heard and seen a number of examples of how this new majority allyship can manifest. We heard about the $1 trillion aspiration for NMSDC, which is bringing together the new majority to build economic wherewithal, to build wealth. We We heard about the Solidarity Fund, which Norman announced, which is looking to really invest resources into these critical issues. We heard from EJ about both CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion and also for Racial Equity, which has 2,200 signatories, if I got my number right, that are all banding together around this pledge and now creating an allyship signatory-led community in partnership with AABDC. And we heard earlier from Frankie and Joanne about being sibling organizations. We heard from Ann Chow about how AT&T's ERGs, she encouraged them to come together for a single event that now sells out. She talked about bringing women of color leaders together at AT&T. And we've seen this forum here this day, year after year, setting an example for what is possible when we come together under one umbrella. So to summarize the sage wisdom of our panel, Ying's words that resonated with me was unite on commonality, and it starts with you. Norman's words that resonated with me was nothing builds solidarity more than fighting for a cause together, and educate, activate, and elevate. I'm a big fan of alliteration. And then lastly, EJ said, stay focused, stay vigilant, and stay true. I wrote it fast, so I can't read my own handwriting, EJ. Stay focused, stay vigilant, and stay true. And she talked about standing up, and that's exactly what we're going to do as a group. We're going to stand up and take a selfie. Here we go.
Smile, because we can see you, okay?
Let me see. Here we go.
Do you have everybody in the background?
I got as much as I can get with this. I got a long arm. Here we go on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. All right, give this panel a round of applause. Give them a round of applause. You all can take your seats. Yes, thank you to Ying McGuire, E.J. Dickerson, and Norman Chan for a wonderful final panel. Give them one more round of applause, folks. Now to close this out, let me just offer some closing remarks and give you your marching orders to send you on your way. We have a special treat to close out the day as well, so just stay tuned for that. So we've had, I think, a really powerful day of events. Do you agree? And on that note, the panels that we've heard from and the speakers and esteemed guests that have graced this stage, I think have really rallied around this singular theme and ethos of building allyship with the new majority, which is what we really have been here to celebrate and to dialogue around, building allyship with the new majority. I don't think I'm being too grandiose in closing out today's events to say that when I look back over the last 2.5 years, when I think about George Floyd's murder, when I think about the violence against the AAPI community and AAPI hate, when I think about the mass shootings that we've witnessed in recent days and months and years, and when I think even about the siege on the US Capitol, I don't think I'm being too grandiose in saying that this is the Rosa Parks moment of our generation. That we're in this moment, and Michael Garner, who was on the first panel, he said, this is a movement, not a moment. And I'd like to think that that is the case, but I actually don't know if it's a movement or not. How many people after Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat said, we're in a movement? Who knew? I'm sure some had an idea, but most only had the benefit of retrospection to look back and say, oh, this was a movement I was a part of that was sparked by Rosa Parks' actions. And so I ask you the question to leave you for the remainder of the day and into the weekend. Is this a moment or is this a movement? I don't know the answer, but I know where the answer is found. The answer is found in you. We are the answer to the question. And only with the benefit of retrospection will we be able to look back at 2020 and 2021 and 2022 of all of what we've talked about today and all of what John has catalyzed and all of what brought us here today to say, did we honor this moment and make it a movement? That's going to happen through 3 words: building allyship together. Building allyship together. And I'm going to close out on this famous, I don't know if it's a poem or if it's a writing or a reflection, but when you hear it, you'll recognize it, but it speaks to what John's vision has always been. First, they came for the communists, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the socialists. I didn't speak out because I wasn't a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I didn't speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. We have to speak for each other. We have to advocate for each other. We have to ally for each other, so that it's not that we're left alone to ally for ourselves, but that we can all stand tall because we're allying together. And I hope you take that from today, everyone, and you take that to heart. So let me remind you that there is a survey that we encourage you to take. We invite your feedback. It was mentioned in the opening remarks that this event every year builds upon prior years, and it's only through your feedback that we can make this event better and expand it, because it is so vitally important. So please scan the QR code on the screen, scan the QR code in your program, and give us the feedback that we invite for future AABR events to make them most relevant to you. Please give a round of applause to all of our presenters and our sponsors and all the organizers of this event. Please give them a round of applause for all the efforts that went into today. I want to thank all of you for taking time out of your, I take for granted, busy schedules to join this 7th annual Asian American Business Roundtable. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask us to give one last and final round of applause to John Wang, the AABDC team, and all the volunteers from AABDC. Thank you to all the volunteers. I see you back there. You folks did your thing. You represented. We appreciate you. And we hope you stick around, compare notes, continue to network, fellowship, talk with each other. This is about networking and making connections. And so there'll be a networking moment and a networking time for you as we depart from this room. And our final treat to close out all activities for today, I'm going to bring forward Turlock Malik, who is an Emmy-nominated filmmaker and is known as a happy lifestyle yoga expert. And so Turlock is going to come forward and lead us in 1 minute of happy lifestyle yoga. And that, yes, that's right. Get ready for a happy lifestyle yoga, and that's going to close us out for the day. It's been a pleasure to be your MC for the day. Thank you so much. Thank you, John, for bringing me back, the man with the master plan. Turlock, the floor is yours.